Oh. Yeah. This is a good party, huh? Yeah, it's very good. But one thing
cool beginner, and he is a joke. He's very relaxed. Very, you can. That's really. Sure. Mm.
Hey, Raj.
Andrew, we fixed it all without your help.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, that's good then. Wow.
Can you check it out?
So you want to project from here? Yep, it looks good to me.
I think we got everything.
The microphone works and everything. All right, that's good then.
There's been a few things in the back.
Okay. So let me make sure that. Oop. All right. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, it's all good. Did you try the lapel too? Oh, you haven't. Okay.
But you're actually given a lot of slides, but the way you talk in that.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What way you do that? Oh, you. Oh, yeah. But there are things in it. Yes, sir.
Sure.
How is it started?
Just one or whichever one is not obstructing. You just turn there for 10 seconds so that
Yeah, people will know that what kind of slide it is. Yeah.
and it does relate.
And
They've got a
focus speaker now.
उनके पास slide तो है copy, but they don't know what we are talking about.
Okay. Yeah,
And it does second.
sure. But copies are all only those, but if you keep it as a record, that slide. Oh, I see. Oh, the side description is the slide thing? No, but slide they have the graphics and everything. I don't think that's. What is your name? What do you mean? Made up of whom? Who? Oh, it's not just the professor's call. I'm sure it's more. Oh, so then, yeah, because see, the technical person is the department. Mhm. Yeah. Must I use it again? Mhm. Mhm. And I'm 18. Hmm? We really, everybody enjoyed Jim. He or he.
It's almost like first time you do it.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I'm thinking. You take the roti out. Next, yeah, next week, graduating next year in June.
To go into
They don't want to share. see when he went to White House, the guy who was chief, 1 year senior, he was chief. And it was written in one state about him. The guy still, and then the chairman of the called him Anand in the White House.
Hi, how are you?
Huh? Because he's the cheapest. And they, huh? That is not a good way, because he was his colleague. He was like that. No. The chairman called Anand has to become chief. And because of this situation, which was wrong to do, he didn't like it. But, and then they said that we'll accelerate you one but 7 years, then after MD, you have to be reformed. That is what we did. That's what we did. This year, because of this, no, not sometimes.
More reason, they need the internet.
Only they became. Well, usually, certain people do, they do general surgery and then specific. But not 7 years, we give 1 year to do something different. Like Chirag did some masters. And Anand did like that includes 1 year. Actually, Anand was also admitted in Stanford Medical Business School. He was thinking to do that. He had admission. Indeed. Yeah, that's what he had a little difficulty convincing. do MBA if he wants to. But I don't. He's going to be our son. Oh, yeah, I will talk to you here. But you couldn't? That's what I thought. I don't think I talked there. I was talking here in the, on the floor. I was not that proud. I think when they were talking, discussion about customer, and I say, yeah, this is the experience.
No, this is coming from, Ashwin is coming from,
Have you started something? Have you done? But that's what you do last. No, no. Yeah. It's similar situation. Like, things about and segment. They are interested, 49 may be interested. I don't have any, I have data, not as scientific, control, that. I don't have that. That would be data there. Infrastructure, really, we have control, and we have control. That's why one of the group wanted to do this. They said, okay, I have 3 grand. Maybe I will piggyback on what it means to one. But then he went to talk to the administrative. You cannot. You have to go through IIT, you have to go through HIPAA, compliance, all those things. You have to study. You cannot read like it. Yeah. Yeah. Who did? Who is the Oh, great.
I know, but that's why I high level management. But then of course, day-to-day management.
American Heart Association wanted to do I remember that Ashish learned from, you know, South Asian hospital. Then, but again, that requires, I don't want to hold they want a different, and it's taking a lot of money.
Or nice.
What? Yeah. Yeah, NIA. Actually, medical school. Some people, they said you need all of it, then without all of it, night is very complicated. But there is one another problem. I don't have time to become. Somebody else I have. And it goes, of course, it goes with that.
Sitting there?
I'll show you.
Oh, good.
It is there like
Suddenly I'm getting a lot of ideas. I know why. Still long way. Whose birthday is it?
Margins,
Come on. You sit please.
no, I'm not.
What do you learn?
I done the one.
Right now, where does anybody else produce that surplus in India?
So this is long.
Still a bit, there's some fundamental problems.
Not in my industry. They don't rely to educate that is not easy. And that's where I got educated. They got they were my customers.
Just because if you face where another competitor just found out it as one of the possibilities not that my for design for the car. You can do it for nothing. Copy, I have the proof that I have the website. There is a website which can prove that my site existed a year before. I actually did not, being a small company, never bothered to really register a copyright, which I now have found I should.
I had it. I had that.
Right. Yes, of course. These are learning. Never paid attention. That is written at the bottom. Yeah. That was written, but somebody told me that you should go to there's something called copyright.gov where you should just register your website so that you're covered. Right. But it was written at the bottom, yes, it's copyright. Clearly say that. I know. Lawyers and yeah. Right. Of course. What do you mean, sir? I didn't get it. If he does, okay. Even though he now takes the contract now, he will have a document that he initially took for this one. I see. Hey, Shabat here. How are you? Great.
So Parag was
He was in marketing.
I actually did second, right? Went to that website. But I went
so her knowledge is like
it's more promotion for the consumer.
I don't know him.
How are you? Good.
No. By eating it. I saw your video.
Almost adjustment. Still playable.
Without without Shaka, there's no fun.
Well,
So whenever you're ready to start, we'll start.
then they are pretty much doing because I haven't played in the last 4 years.
When you start, maybe when you're starting, then you call me.
Both start in a similar way.
But I went out with, Shamek, a few other guys. But you need somebody who is motivating, type.
Happened.
But you're a father with 2 kids. That makes all the difference. Now, when those kids are ready to pick off, you'll become a regular. So I've got about 25, 30 slides on negotiation. So in about just after starting the class, I'll ask you to come and talk about yourself. And obviously you can watch Yes.
Testing.
Testing.
हम लोग स्मार्ट नहीं है Now you नहीं दे दूँगा वैसे अपना but lady who sent us an email who says that the class she knows very
Again down.
yeah this is good but only yeah yeah 2 times ago they had this is the first time you're going to take missed a class
With the phone we are walking on.
yeah we can Yeah, milk.
He said it's okay.
But I like cheese. My father he loves anything under the ground. My father doesn't eat onion. Sometimes they hide it with the own. Like my mother. Yeah, the chutney was very good. Chutney. There's no chutney.
Hey, Ram, you're starting at 7, right? Okay, I'll just see if Mr. Desai is in the line.
She sent an email to them, then makes an appointment. So I said, why don't you try this? So I said, try it with different foods like that.
That picture that you, Raj, and you are sitting and that is amazing. Who took that picture?
No, it's a part of the video.
Oh, from video you took it.
So I want to just try it out with different
Where was
They,
that?
there's a team that does the video editing.
and activities and learning sessions.
I said,
So they
how
made
you
it-
get both of your attention is really good.
Yeah, it was a good picture. Yeah.
Couples want to learn how to dance. You want to hike, or you want to learn how to dance. So you go to class, you want to be the only. You want to speak for other people, you want to be know. Or you want to be the book club. So it's the same type of people who do the same thing. So I haven't, floated it out too much. I was just building it and trying it on my own. I said to my neighbor, she sent me a list of questions. Just to see what different, very different.
Do you still have your Nikon gears? Do you still have your camera gears?
Now I've switched to this amazing camera. Just an amazing camera. This little baby is a 3D camera. And it does.
It's a video thing.
But it also does photographs. Amazing photographs. It gives you like, I think, 10 MB photo, 20 MB photographs. But you got these little lenses. But you know, it's amazing quality.
You should see my 85mm prime lens pictures. So beautiful.
Which is it? Lumix?
Huh?
Same Nikon.
No, I'm Canon guy.
You're Canon.
So I got this 85mm 1.2 lens.
1.2.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
1.2 will be amazing.
It makes
But that's a
amazing
small
pictures.
lens, right?
No, it's this bad, but it's heavy. This big. So 1.2, right? L lens.
Yeah, 1.2.
Like this big.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful. Love that.
No, you've been posting good pictures.
I'm becoming a photography freak.
Well,
I have
most
like-
people take photographs, but now they're all taking it with their cell phones, right?
Oh, I completely not the other way. I have like studio setup. This is like, you should see my light setup.
Yeah.
Like I have amazing light setups.
With the back screen, green screen, and everything.
All kinds of, I can switch back screen. I have multiple lights. Like not this kind of lights. I really like aluminum lights.
You use the LED lights?
I have LED lights too. I do all
Do you think
kinds of
LEDs
stuff.
are good enough? Because I don't want to invest too much.
LEDs, if you
I want
have
something that's convenient,
yeah, LEDs.
very convenient.
Like I have a small. I don't have
Yeah.
it with me right now.
Yeah, small one.
Small LEDs.
Yeah, just like a panel like this.
I have one that is that big.
That's good enough.
Oh yeah, it's gonna light up.
Within 8 feet.
It's pretty plenty of lights.
12 feet is good enough, right?
12 feet probably gonna be
Too much.
too much. Depends on what camera you have. So my camera I shoot in very like a very low,
Yeah, 1.2 you can do whatever you want.
right? So that's enough. But that's a pretty good light. I will come and shoot sometime.
Okay. Help yourself, guys. Okay. Hello. Are you guys ready to start? I think we should start, right? Because then we can avoid the rain. Nagesh is here, back in town. Okay, so couple of things. I think during the break, I'd like everybody to enjoy chocolates. I think who brought the chocolates? Somebody brought the chocolates from my food. Oh, thank you very much. So we're going to share it with the whole class. Okay, so at break time, don't forget to help yourself to a chocolate. So I just checked the homework. There's only one person who did it last week, so I want to find out why nobody has done their homework because. Okay, I'll fix that. Okay, I saw that comment. Okay. I'll fix it. Okay. I'll extend the day back till the weekend or something. I think last week's homework, if you did it, since we have about 5-10 minutes, can somebody share, their experience at coming up with a proposal for how customers should be cared for in wherever they're working or their organization, and if they had a chance to propose it to put a proposal in front of the manager or something. Did anybody actually go through the steps? Did you? So.
I haven't put it down officially yet, but I've thought about it.
Okay, so the proposal and everything. Okay. Did anybody come up with a proposal and run it by their management and so on?
I didn't run it by the management, but I was interfacing with the customer.
Okay.
And I gave it a very top priority because what we were doing is we are doing the energy efficiency testing on the house.
Go ahead. Why don't you look at the camera and speak? Yeah. Just explain what you're talking about.
So what we did is what I learned from it.
Hello? Yeah, now it's on. So what we learned from the class is that one of the most important things that we have to take care of is the customer, and we have to do whatever it takes to kind of make sure that they're happy. So I was in the process of dealing with a customer. We are doing an energy audit on the house, and once we do the energy audit, we have to make sure that the test passed. So we put in completely new ducts, new insulation, and everything else, but the house will still not pass.
Can you come this side?
Okay.
Feedback from the
Yeah. So we would still not pass the test because we need to have a Hertz meter come and look at the whole system. So I said, we've done everything right. We sealed the whole system. We kind of make sure that everything should pass. But it got down to the point when the construction was done, we opened up all the vents, and there were like this big gaps all over the place. And in fact, I'm coming right back from there. So today the Hertz reader came in, he checked the whole thing, and we passed the test. I feel really good about it,
Okay.
So I think it is a very important lesson that I learned. Customer is very, very, and as we finished the test, there are 3 more people there. He says, Mohan, this is great. Once you get done, I want to have you come to my house and help us save the energy over there also.
Okay.
So what our goal is, we are also putting a lot of solar panels on people's homes this year. So my goal is to reduce their energy before I produce the energy for them.
Sure.
So if their bill is like $500, just by doing energy efficiency, we bring it down to almost like $400 or $300. And then we put the solar panels, and their bill becomes less than $100. So
can you come to my house too?
I would be really happy to do that.
Okay. Send me an
Thank you.
email and then
Sure.
I'd love to get this. And Shaukat home. Yeah. Shaukat, you can sit here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So getting started. So today's class is all about negotiations, and I think when I talked about, hello, you guys can hear, right? So when I talked at the introduction of the whole class that we were doing, that if there's going to be one class that you don't want to miss, it's negotiations. And the reason is that whether we like it or not, we are actually negotiating all the time. And when you're negotiating without knowing that you're negotiating very badly. And you're really not getting the benefit of that interaction or the transaction that you just got involved in. So negotiations are something that you do with your family, you do it with your employees, you do it with your customers, you're doing it with your partners, co-founders, businesses, vendors, when you go to a mall, wherever. And once you finish this class, you'll find out that, oh my God, I've missed so many negotiating opportunities. And if I just negotiated for all the times that I went shopping over the last 20 years, my house would be full of things that I didn't pay for, right? So basically, negotiating is going to really get you there. And it's going to make everything a lot more exciting and interesting, because every transaction, every interaction, it becomes like a game, right? So I took this course on negotiating, I think in 1982 or something, just 1 or 2 years after joining Intel. Intel had this amazing thing called Intel University, and you were allowed to take one course per semester, per quarter. And they had courses on everything. So even though you might be an engineer, you can take any course you like from Intel University. Sometimes you need to get your manager to approve it, but in general, they approve it. And so, I took all kinds of courses, but the 2 courses that, stood out for me and that really, I think, changed my life were, the first one was something called Wilson Counselor Selling. So a lot of the things that we discussed in the selling class And there's quite a few people who felt that the selling class was very beneficial to how they will, sell in the future. So that was a lot of the material, a lot of my thought process, and a lot of my experiences and expertise in selling came from that Wilson counselor selling. And I think you may want to do a search on the internet for, he's long dead or retired or whatever, but I don't think he ever wrote a book, but you might find his website, you might find some material that he did, so Wilson counselor selling was one, and the second course was Caris negotiating. And Caris negotiating was a 2-day course, and the lessons and the benefits, full 2-day, about 16 hours. The lessons and the benefit from that have yielded, in my opinion, millions and millions and millions of dollars for myself and for the companies that I work for. If there's one course that kind of ended up transforming my personal financial situation, as well as the benefit for the companies that I worked for, and just make business transactions so much fun. It just made everything into a game rather than and something that you play and then become better and better as you play, rather than something that you don't know why you got a bad deal, you don't know why you got a good deal. Everything appears like luck, or appears like something that you attribute to some cause that is not really the real cause as to why you got the good deal or bad deal, right? So this negotiating course, this Caris negotiating course, and the nice thing is that he's still offering this course, I think in San Francisco, and I think it's a 2-day course, if I'm not mistaken. And I personally think that, today all you're going to get is a sampler, but I think that, it's an absolute must, for your families. If you don't do it for yourself, do it for your family, do it for your company, do it for, whatever organization you're going to be involved with. But take this course. I think it's the best investment you're going to make in self-improvement. So negotiating is something that we will talk about today. Yes. K-A-R-A-S-S. Caris, yeah. Chester K. Caris, Dr. Chester K. Caris, yeah. Okay, so today we'll go through a whole kind of overview of the negotiating process. We'll mainly focus on business negotiations, but there'll be lots of examples, as we come along, of how the same negotiating strategy could be used for personal transactions. When you go shopping, when you're buying a house, selling your car, we're doing it all the time, especially, so we'll come up with, we'll use all of these examples to illustrate, how negotiations worked out or did not work out, right? And this is a very prolific area where there's lots and lots of papers that you can find and read about, because negotiations involves, body language, how you ask questions, how you interact with people, how you prepare for something. So it's almost like a science of personal development in itself, right? So you'll find dozens and dozens of articles. So what I've done is I put together a fairly comprehensive list of articles. I think it's kind of, you can see more that side. So it talks about all the skills that are needed for negotiating, the checklist that you should prepare before you start negotiation. So it gives you all kinds of information. So definitely very good and worthwhile reading. I'd recommend that, by now you all should be creating your own personal folders. This portal will be there hopefully forever, and you'll all be logged in and so on. But it's a small company, it's like cats.com. So, I would say that you should actually be creating folders on negotiating, sales, marketing, all the topics that we have done, and saving it for yourself. Because, the next time you embark on a major negotiation, just go through the slides, refresh your memory, try to apply some of the checklists, and I'm sure you'll do better than the person you're negotiating with. Because most people do negotiations without knowing the ABC of negotiations, and they think they're good negotiators. Just because they can bargain at the fish market doesn't mean that they're good negotiators, right? Bargaining is also a form of negotiation, but it's kind of a very low level kind of negotiation. When you do the kind of negotiation that we want to embark in, it's all about actually coming up with win-win solutions. And with, how do you take somebody who's set his mind on hitting this target and getting him to come 80 or 90% to where you are, right? So that is really the objective of the negotiation class that we're doing, which is how do you kind of convince people to come from wherever they were in their set positions as close as possible to your position, so that, and yet they should feel that it was a win-win. And not just feel, they should really believe that it's a win-win. And because only if they believe it's a win-win, they will actually follow through and continue to do business with you in the future, right? So the whole goal of our negotiation class is to figure out how to essentially create win-win solutions that have life, that are sustainable, and that result in actually friendships and business partnerships that will last decades, generational relationships, right? So our objective is to learn those techniques. Okay, so please go ahead and create your own archives, very important. And then in terms of the homework, again, it's I want you to actually practice what we preach here. So I want you to actually engage in 3 different negotiations, and the first one should be with a friend or a family member, and it can be anything. Your wife or your spouse wants to go to a movie. You would rather go to a restaurant and have a good meal, or whatever it is. So, okay, then you figure out what you want to negotiate. We don't want to lose-lose. We want to win-win. So maybe you take your spouse to the movie, and a movie that you don't like, and then, but it should be a movie that you like for it to be win-win. So, anyway, so negotiate with your friend or family. Second one is with your company or in your business or with your manager, negotiate something. If you really want to go for it, negotiate it for a raise, right? I mean, see that you get a raise by this negotiation. And if you really do it, you'll deserve a special prize in this class. So that's the second thing, to actually negotiate. And third one is I want you to actually go to a store at a shopping mall, in any mall or the other, and negotiate a little bit more than what you've agreed on. So the classic one is if you're buying a dress or a suit or something, try to get socks for free, try to get a tie for free, try to get if you're buying shoes, to get the polish for free, or whatever. But I want you to actually get something for free when you're buying something. That place like Macy's or Nordstrom's, some of these more sticky type of fancy kind of places, I want you to go and try it and actually get it, right? because that's a very important skill, because it teaches you something called nibbling. And nibbling can very often convert a so-so deal into a very good deal. So, but only if you practice nibbling, you're not going to be shy about nibbling. And you're going to know how to do it with class and finesse and nice way of doing it and so on. So that, again, remember, it should be a win-win where the sales guy feels good and you feel good. You'll feel good when you get that extra thing, right? But the sales guy should also feel good that, he took care of you and he's built up a long-term partnership and relationship with you just because you gave in a little bit extra, right? So,
can we do case analysis here? Like, for example, suppose you're buying a Surface Pro 3 at Microsoft Store and ask them to throw in the cover, a keyboard for free, basically.
that's what nibbling is.
So how would you go about doing it?
Ask for it for free.
Well, I did.
Yeah, so that's, again, there's a whole slide on that,
Okay.
which talks about phantom authority. So basically, he out-negotiated you by saying that, there is an authority that really makes the decision about whether to give a free cover or not, right? So you got out-negotiated without even knowing that you got out-negotiated, right? So that's just a part of of learning, right? But the point is that you did not get the case, but you asked for it. So that's already, you made one step.
I asked for, after that, I asked for adapt.
Okay, so that's good too. You nibbled twice, so that's not bad. But the point is that there is actually a technique to nibbling. So basically, what you do is you haven't got the salesman totally committed to the transaction before you nibbled. So basically, what you have to do is you order the Surface, you take the Surface Pro, you make him work for about 30 minutes to convince you to buy the Surface Pro. Then you act as though you like it and you bought it and so on. So you're convinced. So he's put a lot of emotional commitment into the fact that, he's spent already half an hour of his time working with you, right? So he's emotionally committed, time committed and so on. And then you get him to actually write up the PO, write up the invoice, run through your credit card and so on. And then you say, without a cover, this thing is going to get scratched, and I do not want, a Surface Pro that is scratched, because last time I bought a iPad 3, it got scratched, and and the Apple, so you get him committed, and he's already done everything, and then he's already run the credit card through, and so he'll have to run a credit card through again for another $20. And basically, at that point, his choice is to go and revert that transaction and explain to everybody why he reverted the transaction. He'll now have to convince the manager that he reverted the transaction because not willing to give a $20 cover, which really costs Microsoft only $3, right? Their cost of keeping a satisfied customer was $3. So he'll have to explain to the customer why he spent 1 hour, to his management, why he spent 1 hour with you, lost 1 hour of his sales time, which is worth, at least $50, right? So now you can see $50 of his time wasted. Microsoft would have made a profit of about, $150 on that transaction, and they're going to walk away because of $3. You see what we have done? We have, suddenly made nibbling and responding positively to nibbling, and then you got to explain it to him why he's leaving $150, losing $150 for Microsoft. He's losing 1 hour of his time, he'll have to revert that thing. So some management is going to say, why did you cancel that order? And he's going to have to explain that just because he was unwilling to give the excess stuff
If
lying
you're
around.
not authorized to do that,
Yeah.
then do you walk away from that transaction?
Sometimes you have to be prepared for deadlock and walking away. But the thing is that, unless you try, you'll never know. You've not pushed the limits of authority.
Because then it becomes a lose-lose situation.
No, you can get Surface Pros from anywhere. You can just go outside, come back in and buy it again. Or you can even say, okay, give it to me. Okay, I'll just buy it. Don't worry. I'll be good to you and let it go.
I beg to differ with this story just because your time also means some money, right? So if I can work for an hour, I'm talking my time is $200 an hour. I'm also wasting my time. I think personally speaking, for nibbling $50, $20, for me it's not a good usage of my own time. It's not just this time I'm wasting my time.
Yeah, the thing is that actually, once you become good at it, you'll nibble very fast. You just chomp it down. I mean, you'll become a pro at it. I can guarantee you that you'll become, because you spend your half an hour because you'll have done window shopping and all that stuff, and then nibbling was just a 2-minute transaction, so it's really only 2 minutes. But the thing is that the first time you're preparing, you're learning, so you're preparing. But in time, you will have become good at the process. What we want to teach you is or what I want you to really grasp is and internalize are these processes, because these processes are alien to a lot of people, because unless you've done it, you're not going to be good at it, right? And as you'll see from the negotiating class, that as you start negotiating for these $1 million, multi-million-dollar, even when you're selling your company hundreds of millions of dollars deal, when you face professional negotiators who know all the negotiating processes and are pros at it, that makes a huge difference. And if you've not mastered it now with these small things, you'll never do it with the big things. So same way that children learned, how many times did they use blocks? But finally, they know their ABCD, right? Anyway, 3 types of negotiations, and then just describe, what your experience was, what you tried, how it worked, and I'm quite confident that you guys are going to be doing very, very well, and you're going to enjoy it too. And once you've had the success of even succeeding at one small nibble, it's addictive. It's totally addictive, and you're going to do great after that, because you'll have benefited, helped yourself so much, and you'll have helped everybody around you so much with your successful nibbling. Yeah.
I think I cannot help myself in sharing a story because this
Okay.
resonates so much with that.
Okay.
This is about a long time ago. I won't say how long ago.
Yeah.
Make me look
Just
really
in front of the camera. Yeah. Look at the camera. Look at the camera.
Okay.
Stand here.
So,
Because the people who are.
this is not quite fish market, but it was a vegetable market story. And this has happened in India.
Okay.
And my teacher in this case was my mother. And we go out for buying these vegetables. And she goes, so I go with her. And she talks to this person. And I'm sitting here. She says, how much is, dhania was something that you use every day for your chutney. But you have to buy it, right? So I'm thinking, yeah, she will buy it. And she buys about 20,000 things and, is talking to the person who is selling it and says, oh, how is your sister doing and mother doing, and all of them and all that. And says, okay, so dhania is, give me some dhania. And she got it. I didn't know what.
She probably got
She
adu, and she probably got the lemon, and she probably got the
I could
mirchi
not believe it.
to make the chutney at the same
I
time.
could not believe it. She got it for free. And that, as today when you said all this, just stuck to me.
Yeah, that's right on the money. Actually, They do that all the time, and it works. And believe it or not, it actually builds a bond between the Shak Bhajiwala and that Cup family, right? Because there's so much goodwill then, right? Because all chutneys came from that, from that person, right? So, okay, so do work on this thing, right? Okay, so let's go to. Okay, so today for this class, we've got an amazing guest speaker, Shaukat Shamim. How many of you know Shaukat? Okay, so now you'll all get to know him really well. Stand here so that you're on the camera. Yeah, you can speak from here. You just on the camera. Yeah, just stand here and speak. Yeah.
I'm an entrepreneur, and my background's been, I'm a fan of Raj. I've been an entrepreneur for a very long time. In my early career, when I didn't have no idea what the heck I was doing, I joined Yahoo when they were very small, and there I'm mostly known for creating Yahoo Messenger, which in early days was one of the first messaging platform. When we left, it was the largest online platform in the world, like 263 million people on it. Then I was a VC for a few years. That's when we got to know him. And then I did a series of companies, 4 of them. And they were mostly in advertising and in consumer space. And all these companies, my first one was Rhythm, which got acquired by Blinks. We are now the largest mobile video network in the world. Then I did a company called BuySite, which we did retargeting, targeting. We got acquired by AOL. We now run the AOL's ad.com's West division. And I'm doing another one now, which is too small to kind of talk about. And
by the way, he wrote the Rhythm plan in the Thai.
I did actually 2 of my companies. I started in the office there.
In the Thai boardroom.
The Thai
I
boardroom.
remember him writing it. Yeah.
And free rent works well. And I do.
Silky nibble.
And joking aside, I think this group of people, Thai here, has played a significant role in my companies and in my professional life. And I remember one thing that when I was a VC, I was reasonably young, and I just left Yahoo, so didn't know what the heck I was going to do. I remember Vish Mishra, I became the content chair for TiCon that year. And after that year, Vish Mishra made a really interesting comment that kind of made me think. He said, "You're too young to do a VC. What the heck are you doing here? You should do a company. Start taking decisions." Because as you know, VCs, you don't make decisions. Or you pretend to make decisions. And that was actually really interesting because, when you are running companies, and especially if you're CEO, you are always you're making decisions about your own life, other people's life, and you're always making a judgment call. You call it negotiation, whatever, but it's actually you're doing it with yourself. You have to, and you will be wrong many cases, but you just want to be more right than wrong. And every one of those negotiations or every one of those decisions that you make can completely change what you are doing. And I have so many stories to share on that. If you have time, I will bore you with that. That's it.
Any negotiations that you did with VCs to raise money? First to give money, then to raise money, because you were on both sides, right?
I learned one thing. When you were giving money, people seem to like me a lot more. And when I was asking for money, it's like, what happened to all the liking that you were doing? You will always negotiate with VCs. You will negotiate with, but it's all about leverage. It is And there are two kinds of leverage on that when you're raising money for VC. First one is the hard one, when you're convincing leverage, means like you're convincing them to give you money, right? I've done that too. But the other one actually, when you're convincing them to give you a lot of money, but very little of what you're giving. I've done that too. It's kind of uniquely different, situation driven. I raised in both my companies like north of $10 million with a slide deck of 14 slides with no product, in some cases, no team, nothing, 14 slides. And in other cases, I chose not to do that, right? It is all about, I think, in your confidence on what you're trying to do and what you're trying to put your name against. At least in my cases, at least they believe that I will die with the ship. And that worked so far. So yeah, you will definitely, when you raise money, you are clearly negotiating with VCs, because you have something that you're giving them that actually doesn't mean anything yet, right? You're giving them equity, you're giving them numbers, and you're giving them your dream, nothing else. So, and they're giving you millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, right? And you're basically saying those numbers, like 0.999 versus 10.29 makes a huge difference. Sometimes you will win that, and sometimes you cannot.
Great, good. I think Shaukat is going to be able to share a lot of examples, because besides his VC transactions and all that, the very fact that, when he started his companies, typically he used to be the evangelist, right, for your company. He was the evangelist for Rhythm Networks and for the next one. Buy-side. And now U+. So he's typically the evangelizer. And so as an evangelizer, he's the guy who gets the first customers, who signs up the first set of customers. And, there's a lot of negotiating that happens when you sign up those first customers, right? We all know that. So, okay, so let's just dive right into negotiations. So definitely buy his book, Give and Take, okay? I think that's the minimum investment you're going to make in negotiating for yourself, right? So, say Karas. Yeah, it's you can just download it on Kindle. It's the best $13 you'll spend, and huge ROI for that. And essentially, it says you get what you negotiate. He starts off his book by explaining that negotiating can mean all kinds of different things, depending on the culture you come from, right? So, he talks about Chinese and how they negotiate, French, how they negotiate, Arabs, how they negotiate, Japanese, how they negotiate, and Americans, how they negotiate, and from around the world, all the different cultures. And what's interesting is Koreans, for example. So in my particular case, I've done a ton of negotiating with the Chinese, with the Japanese, with Americans for sure, with Europeans, French, all the different European countries, and not so much with, except Turkey, yes, and most recently Turkey. So I can kind of put them in the Arab category, because they've got probably similar characteristics. So ended up negotiating with all of these people, and there is some commonalities, but otherwise you would say that, negotiating is a totally different activity depending on which culture you're negotiating with. And definitely negotiating with Indians too. Especially the Ambanis. Especially the Ambanis. Because I've sold things to Reliance and Mukesh Ambani himself. And selling to the Ambanis and also to the Indian government, Indian public, Indian government public companies. That's another, whole different kind of negotiation that you engage in completely. And if you basically do not understand their way of negotiating, you're not going to be successful. So you might as well forget doing business with the Chinese or the Japanese or the Koreans or the Europeans or Indians if you don't understand about how to negotiate the way they think of negotiating. So, for example, he talks about the Chinese, and when you do a deal with the Chinese, uh, what is most important is the fact that they want a personal relationship with the boss or with the decision maker. If there is no personal relationship, doesn't matter how good a deal you're giving them, they're not interested. They want to know whether you are a person who can be a friend. And there's a reason why they do that, because in their culture, negotiations is all about a win-win long-term relationship for the Chinese. It's not about whether this particular deal was good or not. It's all about, are we going to be working together for a long time to make money together for yourself and for me? Right? So, for example, when I negotiated in Taiwan, we would go ahead and walk into a motherboard manufacturer when I was selling Opti chipsets. We will go ahead and show off our demo, show off our performance, talk about our pricing, talk about the competition, talk about, time to market and ROI and what kind of, benefits they'll get from the product, etc. And, they will ask a lot of questions, they'll, kick the tires and so on. But after 45 minutes, a key thing happens. Either, they just say thank you, goodbye, and everything, or they will, say, please wait a minute. Then they'll go to the back room and bring, an older man or a woman who doesn't speak English to the room, just to say he's the CEO or MD or whatever they call them, president. And these people don't understand English or anything, but the president just wants to say hi to you. And so they come and then shake their hands, etc. And then they say, we would like to invite you for dinner tonight. If you got that invitation, then you're 90% all the way to the deal. You haven't got the deal as yet, but you're only 90% all the way to the deal, because they want to see whether you can eat as friends, right? They want to see your behavior during dinner, and so on, right? Whether you are somebody who's going to stand by them, under difficult situations. Are you going to, take care of them when there's a chip shortage or when there are problems in the chip or whatever? So they just want to, they put up all these situations and all their worries during that dinner. Because business is all about handling the tough times. The good times are easy. It's the tough times and how the vendor and the customer work together during tough times is what the Chinese are interested in. And Taiwanese, Chinese, same thing. So basically 90% of you're 90% there, right? And so one of the things that they do there is they try to get you drunk. And they try to get you sick by making you eat all kinds of weird foods, And typically my white sales guy or my Chinese sales guy would be in trouble because, they got no excuse of being vegetarian or being a teetotaler. So they will be drunk or they will be, because when you're drunk, you're going to tell the truth, right? So when they ask you stuff, it's all going to come out. And when you're feeling sick, they will know how you can handle a tough situation, right? So in my particular case, I would tell them, look, I'm vegetarian, nothing moving, flying, swimming I can eat. and I don't drink either. So they're forced to give me, and yet they'll bring all kinds of good dishes then, uh, bok choy and this stuff and that stuff. But it's all healthy, right? So I'm sane, luckily, through those meetings. But essentially, after I'd done it a few times, I knew what we had to do. Because the first time I went with VP of Sales, who just wanted to train me because I was the director of marketing at Chips and at Intel. So I basically, when I went with them, they said, they knew the process. So they said, this is what's going to happen, and come up to speed on how business is done. So finally, when I was running my own company and had to make all the decisions, I knew what was expected. And as a consequence, could convert all these 90% wins to 100% wins. So that's, the Chinese way of doing it. This is so different than how a Compaq or a Dell or an IBM would do business with you, right? They're like, you'll not even get a chance to meet the CEO of Compaq, Dell, or IBM. You're just a vendor. You just have to, if he asks you to ship some chips, you got to send it. We are the big guy, right? And they just expect you to, do your job according to the contract, right? So it's like completely different behavior between American negotiators and Chinese negotiators. Then with Japan, totally different. So compared to the Chinese, because in Japan, first of all, you have no idea who the decision maker is. Typically, whenever you go to Japan to buy or sell, like we used to buy a lot of fab capacity from the Japanese. And when I was with Selectica, we used to sell to Hitachi and others, our configurator and so on. And we also used to sell chips to Mitsubishi and others to build their laptops and so on. So they're buying and selling in Japan. And basically with the Japanese, of course, they want long-term relationship. But the way they interact with you during the negotiation process is totally different, where basically we had, the Taiwanese and the Chinese engineers and managers asking you a lot of questions, right? So when you go into a Japanese company, like NEC or Toshiba or Mitsubishi or Matsushita or whatever, NTT, basically, first of all, it turns out that the room is huge and 35 engineers pop in. 35 people come in. And you're going to bend all the way down and exchange 35 cards, right? So that's the first thing, right? So the next thing is that, but you have no idea who the decision maker is in the meeting. And typically he will just be one of the guys sitting in that 35 people crowd and won't even open his mouth, won't even appear important, but he's just sitting and watching, right? And when you ask a question, nobody answers because, it's they're all kind of, stony faced, right? So you have these meetings and you wondering like, did I waste my time coming all the way to Tokyo and Osaka and flew all this way to get zero response from them and not showing any interest? I thought we had a great chip and great, we were going to buy so much capacity from NEC, and they're just sitting, stone faced, So basically, and then like, if you go ahead and ask a question, like, do you have the capacity to ship us 1,000 wafers a month? Then nobody answers for the first, 2 minutes, pin drop silence. And, first reaction is maybe I asked too small a number or maybe too big a number. I don't know what. So I say, okay, what about 2,000 wafers? Can you provide 2,000 wafers? Or maybe 500 wafers? Can you provide something? So as soon as you start scrambling for this, they know they're giving you judgment. They're judging you, as to what kind of a person are you? Are you somebody who's just throwing numbers? or are you just a flippant guy, or are you really somebody solid, right? So they're just trying to judge you in that silent period. And the next thing that happens is that, when you ask these questions, they start making notes, and calculating stuff and so on. And basically, as this guy explains, it's basically something called the considered response. So that the Japanese are going through, which means, they take time to respond, and most people cannot handle a silence situation. And most people just blabber out, right? So essentially, after some training, etc., because I did for 25 years. I did business with the Japanese. So after a few meetings, you learn about all this stuff, considered response, and all these things, and you learn to shut up. You pose your question, and you just stand still, and it seems eternity while you're standing still and you're feeling embarrassed and so on. And they're making notes, I'm making notes, and so they know that okay, we both know how to play the game, right? And then they're willing to give you some direction as to how they're thinking, some indication as to how they're thinking, and how they, and if the other side says something, you have the ability to move the conversation ahead, right? And to move the transaction ahead. If they don't say anything, it's very hard to move the transaction ahead. Yes. Yes.
And so during the meeting, we
Exactly. Yeah. So they play many games in the whole thing. So basically, whenever I make a presentation in Japan, I make a presentation in broken English. My English is not perfect either. So I just become like them, because people are comfortable with people who are like them, right? So you have to kind of match in body language, how your customer is behaving, right? So anyway, you have an example?
It's funny. I will give you an example. We get a crack at it. So how many of you know Hiroshi Mikitani? Hiroshi is the second richest person in Japan. He runs Rakuten. So Rakuten came close to buying a company. And they've been keeping in touch with me for 3 years, like always visit me, not Hiroshi, but his other guys. And we were at some point getting close to what's going on. And I ran into Hiroshi we were both speaking at the G8 conference in France. And I went to him and introduced myself and said, yes, I know you. How about we come and meet you? I'm like, what? So next day, Hiroshi sends me a note himself, like, can we come and meet you? Okay, we come and meet with me. Then he changed that thing and said, I have a board meeting. Can you come to meet with me instead? I have no idea why I'm going to meet with him. So I go in there, and he walks in with 3 guys. One of them is carrying his briefcase. The other guy is following him, looks like his assistant. And they sit down and they stare at me. Like, tell me about you. What are we doing? And I have no idea. This is the weirdest meeting ever. And he says, good, what are you doing? He's great. I have no idea how the meeting went. Nothing. They came back, and no response from them, anything. Then a day later, I said, I better ask, like, what the heck? How did that go? So drop him a note and say, hey, thanks for coming. We're a pleasure. Let us know what to do next. He responds within 5 minutes. He said, do you guys mind coming back to us? We have our meeting here. I have a really tight schedule, but can you spare an hour? Wow, this is interesting. And I would like you to present your company, to us. I said, I already did that. So I'm going there, and I figured this meeting, if I just do that, it's going to be totally boring, useless. Nothing's going to happen. So I did completely the opposite. So I show up, she shows up with 8 of his VPs. And he said, can you tell me about your company? I said, this is you already know about my company, but let me do this. I actually created a presentation that showed with my company. I said, before we do that, so when you enter Rakuten, they have this slogan on it. We're going to be the #1 internet company in the world. So I asked Hiroshi, so Hiroshi, you want to be #1 internet company in the world? Are you going anywhere with that? He did not like that comment. And I said, let me show you this presentation I have. This is not about my company, but what your business will be with us. So I had 5 slides that shows how their business will actually generate a lot of money with our stuff in it. We talked nothing about the company. There was pin drop silence. Then Hiroshi says, what are you doing today at 3 p.m.? I said, what do you mean? He said, I have a board meeting. Would it be too much if we send a car and if you come back to the board meeting? So I come back at 3 o'clock with the board meeting, and he stands next to me and said, show them your slides. So I showed them my slides. We don't know who is doing what. Are they going to buy my company? Nothing. Don't know. And the guy standing next to him, I thought his assistant, right? But he is always standing behind him, by the way. So weird looking guy, didn't say a word, right? So after that, everybody shakes my hand, bye-bye. Again, I don't know what the heck happened. Next day, this guy, assistant, writes me an email, say, do you mind if I have an hour with you at 9? I have a flight to catch, but I want to come to your office. Yeah. He comes to my office. Assistant coming to my office. So he sits down, and his body language is very different. His name is Ken Yashirama. He's on the board of Rakuten. He's an executive vice president. He said, I come here to make the deals. Before that, I don't talk. He's the guy who's sent to negotiate. Very different. They said, before that, yeah, Hiroshi does everything else. When he sends Ken, he's trying to make a deal. So it's very different culturally. And in Japanese culture also, it's a very honor-driven culture. Means if you go and ask them, like, I want $500 million, and they are willing to give you actually 100, what they will do? They will walk away. They will not negotiate with you because it's seen as an honor question. So you got to know very well what their boundaries are for Japanese. It's like everybody is extremely honor-driven, right? They don't want to disrespect you, old day samurai style, right? And it is very much into the culture. So you got to know what your parameters are, and never ever ask for a direct thing if you don't know whether you're going to get it. That number doesn't match, they're just going to walk away. Very interesting.
Great.
So what
No.
about negotiation? When the Ken came,
They give me an offer. I sold it to a.
You say?
I sold it to AOL instead.
Oh, you sold it to you. Yeah. But it's always important to have one offer, right? Because now you're going to get more. No, that was brilliant, actually. That was totally brilliant because I think, in a sense, with each step, he went up in stature for Hiroshi, right? If you notice, he was comfortable taking shortcut and getting him in front of his executive team, the 6 companies. Then he was comfortable taking him to his board. So basically, with each step, you can succeed or fail. And if he had just presented his company, I think he would not have had a chance to present it to the board. I think if he had just presented his company, a lot of people can present their company, but what happens is that the hardest thing for anybody is being able to take your company and your products and your vision and translate into what the impact of that will be for them. You know, that is very difficult for people. You think it's obvious, but you know, unless you put yourself in the other person's shoes and look at, you know, the implications of using your product in their company, and that's called, you know, in negotiating also, one key element of negotiating is something called, you know, devil's advocate practice, where you basically put yourself in the other person's shoes and look at all the negatives. But there's also something called the Ben Duffy thing, which we talked in sales, where we talk about role playing, you know. So basically, I had a similar thing when I was trying to win you know, probably something that finally ended up being a $30 million deal, half license fee, half service fee at IBM. And after a 2-year dance, basically, we ended up being invited to present Selectica's solution to, you know, a VP level, you know, all exec VPs, about 7 or 8 of them, all of them kind of reporting to the CEO or the president. I mean, this was a make or break meeting, right? And they gave us, you know, 30 minutes. And most people at that point would have gone and said, you know, I'm just going to present Selectica's great configuration technology. And we did exactly what he did, which is we basically put ourselves, said, okay, let's assume that, you know, you have already made the decision, you have migrated to the Selectica platform. You know, was that a good decision or bad decision? And that's what we're going to put in front of you. Get you to investigate, evaluate it, the pros and cons of whether it was a good decision on IBM's part to use Selectica or not.
Especially
And we actually put the cons first so that, you know, they know that we were being completely objective. And then we put the pros. And it was not more than a 4 or 5 slide presentation. Now that requires guts to do. But these kinds of big deals don't happen if you don't have the guts to actually do the right thing at that particular point in time. And you can see in his negotiating, yeah, he did the same thing.
I wanted to raise one important issue.
Yeah.
What's your chance of your going back to them another time? And I think that's a bigger problem that perhaps in this event, the chairman lost face. Because that when you walked out at the end of it, when you did not take the deal, I think you probably are not welcome in that company anymore.
So, you know, when you have to understand, when, first of all, big companies, the chairmen don't really lose face just because they couldn't buy a company. And secondly, it's the skill actually is to maintain. You know, she answers my email in half an hour today, and I would say you have to. So big deals are never really selling something. It's a relationship, right? Big deals. You're talking about IBM. The execs at IBM, they've seen all the companies. They don't want to be bored about what your companies is. They care about only 2 things: whether that's going to make your life better, or there's a relationship that they really would care about, right? And under no circumstances, no amount of money is worth losing relationship.
Very good. Yeah. Okay. So, yes, yes.
Real quick. So in the 2 negotiations you had, one with AOL and one with the Japanese company, that was that, right? Without revealing anything classified. Can you say if you use the same approach in both cases, or you change approaches when you were negotiating with AOL, and what was the key difference when you found how they both saw the same thing?
So let me repeat the question for the audience. So the question that you asked, name? Parth. That Parth asked was AOL, which was a successful negotiation for you, and this Japanese company, what was the difference in the approach you took, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And how they both saw you for the same negotiation.
Right.
So they didn't. Rakuten was, we invested, think about 3 years. We primed it. I knew every one of their exec teams. Their CTO, I particularly went to New York to have dinner with him, and he thought I was coming for other reasons, right? So it's a relationship, and they always wondered when is Shaukat going to really ask me what he really wants? And when I asked, it happened. AOL was not like that. AOL happened for a very different reason. They actually knew that something is happening with the company. Brad Garlinghouse, who was our colleague, he was running AOL that time. And Ned Brody, who actually eventually acquired us, we gave him, using our back channels, that this is now or never, and they really need to happen, and they really need to pay attention to it. So negotiation there was not a dance with them, right? We never really actually went up to meet with Tim Armstrong. We didn't need to, right? So it was like, we want to get it, and the negotiation was price and the structure of the deal.
Was there a banker involved?
There was a banker involved later part of when actually useless bankers. But there was a banker involved, yeah. They didn't do anything.
Okay, because one thing about bankers, like the Goldman Sachs of the world, the investment bankers, they do a lot of these kinds of M&A deals, right? I mean, they do M&A deals right, left, and center. We'll do one or two because we are entrepreneurs. We just got one or two companies to sell. So for us, it's a one-off. For bankers, they'll be buying and selling 5, 10 companies per year per banker. So they do lots and lots of M&A transactions. So for them, speed is of the essence. And one of the slides is all about time tactics, right? It's all about learning how to get the deal transacted in a fairly efficient way and not waste lots of time, dancing around and then deadlocking and so on, right? So for them, the easiest way that they have found to get American executives, not Japanese, but American executives to buy a company is to create a competitive situation. And that is their, kind of standard play. The standard play for US investment bankers is if they're trying to sell a company to Cisco, concurrently they will look for 3 or 4 other companies that could also potentially buy Cisco, start the dialogue with Juniper, with Google, with 3 or 4 other companies, so that they can play this game of creating competition. So, and that's how they basically, get the transactions done. Right. Go ahead.
I'm in Systems Corp Dev Group.
Oh, so you know that exactly.
Exactly the case in the sense that let's say I'm negotiating to buy your company, and I'm telling my whole chain of command and CFO and legal and everything, sort of negotiating still, then my captain is my bar, and I tell them all.
It's flexible. The speed at which the transaction goes. Yeah. It makes your job really easy. Yeah. No, but investment bankers are good at doing this because they do it all the time. And they have those high-level relationships that they've cultivated, with all the top corp dev people in all of these companies. So it's one phone call that they have to make, and they can get the connection, the meeting, etc. And then it's easy for them to, create the competition if they need to. Right?
I do agree with his comment about investment bankers. Most of them are.
There's some good ones, but there are a lot of bad
Few,
ones.
shout them out.
Yes.
So talk about bankers on the seller's side, right? Selling company side. So are the bankers involved in the buyer side as well? They are like
Yeah, they can
bankers
be.
sitting on both sides?
Absolutely.
can be.
Yeah. You can have 2 bankers in the transaction, or just have 1 banker.
Usually for the larger ones, the buyer will be the banker. That has, take that to the board,
Okay, so the main point, yeah, go ahead.
I have a question for Sean.
Yeah.
Sean, in my opinion, I think faster decision making really helps or breaks the negotiation. So is that the case that you found that AOL was working faster compared to Japanese companies that helped you close the deal faster, or is there any role of decision making into negotiating?
Not necessarily. You have to know the situation, and I think it's about leverage. You got to know what. Until you have leverage, you don't know what you're negotiating. And a tactic that I follow, which is very unconventional, has worked well for me, is in many cases I will actually leave the table, and people wondered, he didn't ask me anything. I would just leave.
Yeah, it's basically a very standard technique. It's not as unconventional as he thinks it is, because if you cannot walk away from a deal and you don't walk away from a deal, you're not going to be successful.
No, I actually don't even talk about the deal.
Yeah,
I would just I would say anything but the deal.
Yeah, it's and we are going to go cover it, because essentially when you walk away from it's not really walking away, but you actually have to go through the physical motion of leaving the room, and some of the other postponing this whole transaction, not even talking about it and so on, till the other side re-engages, right? And yeah. So we'll come to that. Yeah, hold it. Yeah, hold your story. Yeah, it's a good story. Okay, let's move on. So basically, there are some 14 rules that I've put in the slide deck about negotiations, right? And just to go through a few of them pretty quickly, is that believe it or not, place and time does matter for the negotiation. So you have to actually have some conscious thought put into creating the atmosphere for a successful deal to happen. For example, for the Taiwanese, it was in that restaurant, right? So for the Koreans, it might be at a drinking bar at the end, right? So it could be, for the Americans, it might be at a steakhouse, right? I mean, for some reason, doing a deal over food and drink, believe it or not, happens very often.
More drink.
More drink. But actually, essentially, there's a very important lesson or training that I give my salespeople, which is, I want you to buy the most expensive drink, but I don't want you to drink it.
Totally, always.
Junior salespeople, they get drunk before the customer gets drunk. Amateur salespeople, and basically the guys who are not going to be successful as sales guys, essentially don't realize that alcohol is there for a purpose. It's not there to enjoy, for them to enjoy, right? So essentially the message I give them is, buy as much drinks as you want, the best drinks, etc., but you cannot be drunk. If you're drunk and I find out about it, you're fired. Yeah, and I did. Basically, because I know that such a sales guy is going to be a disaster for me, at the most critical big deals or critical deals that I'm going to be doing. So the negotiating team is incredibly important to put together, and everybody has a role to play. The apps engineer, the sales guy, the marketing guy, the president, even the chairman of the board. Everybody has a role to play, and sometimes you bring all the guns to play. Sometimes you bring a few, only the guns that are necessary to play. But the point is that everybody has a role to play, and you can't have, the sales guy has to be sophisticated. That he does take the drink, but he doesn't finish the glass, right? Right. So
You have to at least join them.
yeah, you join them. You don't want to make them feel uncomfortable in the process, but you basically take a sip or act like you're sipping while the other guy is drinking. Right? So key message there.
for everybody. That I think we cannot me being, I used to drink, but whenever I used to go abroad on my sales trips, and I used to go every 6 weeks, I would go 2 weeks every 2 months to visit customers around the world, right? And it's like 2-3 customers per day, selling, evangelizing, closing deals, on and on, one after the other. And essentially, the reason I would not drink is because I have to keep alert. It's like one wrong word from the person who's got the authority to make the deal can basically hurt the company quite a bit. Right? So it's something that as entrepreneur founders, you guys have to really be alert about. Okay, so finding the best place and time to negotiate anything is extremely important. I mean, they all talk about the 19th hole in golf. The golf course is an amazing place for transacting deals, right? So, I think everybody should at least have a little bit of golf under their belt, right? You don't have to do too much.
Not like us.
No, we are good enough. Because we hit 100. Tiger Woods does 72. We do 100 or 105, 110 strokes. But the point is that it's important to be able to participate in the game of golf, because it's not the golf game, 18 holes, but it's what happens at the 19th hole, which is afterwards, when you're just trying to relax and have a discussion, that actually the relationship building happens and business transactions happen, right? So it's just like restaurants and bars, etc., are good places, but same way, especially for the Japanese, golf is incredibly important. Chinese golf is very important. For Europeans, not European, the Americans, is very important. So I would say that, these are important parts of the game to play. Okay. The next thing, very important, is concessions, right? How do you give a concession? Like, obviously nobody wants to pay the opening price, the price that you ask for. So at some point, you will have to give a concession. But they have done research after research after research, which indicates that the first person who gives a concession is going to give the most concessions in the deal. Now, if both sides refuse to give concessions, you'll have a deadlock. And sometimes you don't want a deadlock and say, okay, I know I'm going to end up giving more than the other guy, but I'll still just get the deal started, get the negotiating started. So 10% of the time you might end up with a hard-nosed negotiator on the other side, 10%. But 90% of the time, when you're negotiating, since this is a de facto, well-proven thing, never give the first concession to your wife, to your spouse, to your children, whatever. So, but I'm joking a little bit, but all I'm saying is that, the person who gives the first concession will lose, etc. Right? Okay, so you better know about that. And the second thing.
I have a question on that. But I also read that you go prepared with certain concessions intentionally to give. Concessions that are perceived to be valuable in the other person's side, but not necessarily of value.
That value. So basically what you do is you've got to be prepared to give small concessions, right? So the whole idea is to give small concessions because it means that you really believe in your opening bid or your opening quote. Right? So there are 3 numbers that you have to walk into any negotiation with, which has been decided and figured out and well justified between you and your team members who are in the negotiation. So what are the 3 numbers? Anybody? What are the 3 numbers that you've got to have in mind before you start your any negotiation? Opening, opening, walk, it's called the walk.
I don't know.
Third one is target, where you would like to basically achieve, the number you'd like to achieve. Target. So 3 numbers, right? Opening number, and then you get to target by giving concession. And then if the other guy is really tough or really believes and holds his line, you go down from your target to lower till you finally come to the walk. And at the walk you say, okay, I think I'm done. I can't go below this number, right? It's not my authority. Who was that? Who said that? Yes, authority. So you can say that, you can blame it on the authority for why you cannot go below that number, right? And so that's your walk. And, bad negotiators will say, what about, let's split the difference. Splitting the difference is something that's very common because it's a nice and friendly solution to, instead of being a contentious situation, that I won, you lost situation. If you split the difference, you don't feel like you won or lost. But actually, from a negotiating standpoint, it's regarded as a very poor outcome when you say split the difference. But, these days, I like to feel fair at my age with people, so I say, let's split the difference. But I think when I was young, I would never split the difference. It had to be a win, a real well worked out win-win deal, right? So, yeah, go ahead.
You talk about numbers, but what about the intangibles?
Yeah.
Are they playing any role in the negotiation?
Absolutely. Everything plays a role. Everything plays a role because it's said, but the only point to remember is that an intangible will play a role only if the negotiator is articulate enough and prepared enough to convert that intangible into a tangible, justifiable value. Because remember that you think you've negotiated with a guy, but that guy is a front for a whole organization. And that whole organization needs to accept what this negotiator has done, right? Or has agreed to. Otherwise, you think you've got negotiated and you won the deal, but it's really not a done deal till the whole organization behind them also support what the negotiator has done. Because essentially, it's only very rare that the person who's the negotiator is the final guy who signs the deal, right? It's like even after the CEO, the last thing that the CEO is going to say is, I need to get this approved by the board. And the board is obviously not. He might be, the chairman of the board also.
It's called wife.
Yeah, chairman of the board, wife, partner, whatever, some authority at Microsoft, some unknown authority at Microsoft, could be anybody. But the point is that it's very rare that you run into somebody that, ultimately doesn't have to get the buy-in. Now, what happens is that with certain cultures, when you negotiate, like with the Chinese, for example, and the Japanese and so on, basically, the word is everything. Your word is everything. So if they lose confidence in what you say and what verbal commitments you make, you might as well kiss off the business. So basically, like, there were so many situations, not so many, but enough situations where we would stand behind a bad salesman's transaction, lose money or not make as much money, just because we did not want to break the word of somebody who represented the company. Right? Afterwards, we would fire him and take care of him and so on. But whatever somebody who was standing for Opti or Selectica or Dino or whatever, we would stand behind that. And but then with some training, obviously they know where their boundary limits are in terms of negotiating and or making commitments and so on, right? So the point is, yeah.
So from a startup point of view,
yeah,
many times you come in a situation where you're on the loser side, but still you accept the deal. I've seen a couple of situations like that for the company that I'm working.
Sure.
And one of the situations recently I was in, neither I was a winner nor I was a loser. That kind of situation. And it becomes very difficult to make decisions. So what kind of things can help to work on this?
Yeah, so the question was like, for a startup, sometimes the win or the loss is not too obvious, right? Not easy to understand. And because very often a startup is not trying to transact a deal just based on economic value. They're transacting a deal based on, branding, references, all kinds of stuff. So, for example, that reminds me about my deal with Cisco, right? And I was doing this deal with Cisco. It was a 2-year sales cycle. We'd finally beaten the competition. We had proven that it'll work. We had done pilots. We'd done everything. And then we were negotiating the price. And, we had other companies pay $10 million, like Dell had paid $10 million. Some other companies had paid $10 million license fee. And Cisco was obviously going to use our product even more intensely than Dell and everybody else, because they were going to use and configure every router. Like $20 billion worth of routers were going to be configured with our Selectica software. And, we had walked in with, we had said that this is worth, we'd done ROI analysis saying that this configuration thing that we're doing is worth $100 million, but, we are willing to license it to you for $10 million. And Pete Solvik, who was the CIO at that point and was doing the negotiating, he basically said, I'm not going to sign any $10 million deal. The most I'll pay is $2 million. And, we absolutely wanted Cisco, because Dell and Cisco were the most important, during that day, or 15 years ago, were the most important two companies in internet commerce. So we absolutely wanted Dell and Cisco in our back pocket. And we were going for an IPO, right? So Pete put his foot down and said, it's $2 million. $2 million, I said, that's something that a company with 1/100th the revenue and equipment would be paying us. And we had examples of other telcos that would, were mice compared to, an elephant like Cisco that were paying us $1 million, $2 million license fee. And he's saying $2 million. So at that point, I said, okay, I'll take that deal, but I need to get a reference from you. And because I said that otherwise this deal is of no value to me. And I just told him, like, up and that this deal is no value to me. Why do I want to put all the effort, put my best engineers, because I cannot afford to screw up Cisco. That's what I told him. If I screw up Cisco, the world knows about it, I'm dead as a company. So I'm going to make you successful, guaranteed, even if it means I take all my best engineers and put them on solving a problem that, say, Cisco comes up with. So if I'm going to put in that kind of effort, with $2 million, I cannot hit my bottom line. I'm not going to grow as a company. You've got to give me something that I can use to justify to my board. So I put my board. as to why I did this deal, right? My board would fire me, right? They'd say, well, you're crazy to do this deal when, and so I said, I want a reference. And, so I got Pete Solvig to give me a video reference saying that they chose Selectica because, it was the best configurator for complex products like, Cisco's routers, and that could do high volume transactions and this and that and everything. And I used it for my IPO, which generated about, in my books, at least $3 billion worth of real tangible value for me. So I converted his trying to save $8 million license fee into something that was worth $3 billion to me.
What was your walkaway price at that point?
Actually, it was probably around, actually, it was below my walk, believe it or not.
No, that's why I'm asking.
It was, we had decided when we went into that negotiation, because we had done our analysis, which showed that this thing was worth $100 million to them. Because we were configuring about $18 billion worth of routers, 100 times a day we were doing configuration for orders, every order that was going through, right? So we said, this has to be worth $100 million to them. And so that was our opening. And our target was around 10, 12 or something like that. We'll say, okay, same as Dell or whatever. And, but we're not going to go below Dell. And this guy comes in with 2 and, refuses to move. So I had to basically go ahead and figure out how, and, at that point, I had enough logic to support why he needs to give me a reference. He did not realize the amount of fire he would get from his marketing department and his legal department for giving a reference that I was going to use in my IPO slideshow. And, so, but it was, I put it right in the contract that they're going to give a reference for this particular deal. And that's how I got my IPO to be one of the hottest IPOs of 2001.
So why did you try to walk away? Because you didn't know eventually how would you use the reference to your benefit. So at that point of time, why did you walk away, and maybe they could have come up higher in the negotiation?
Well, the thing is that, there's always a time pressure for everybody. So, I knew that my IPO roadshow was coming along. The company was getting ready for an IPO. So I knew everything was coming along, and, you're trying to create the best story possible for your IPO, right? And I also know that nobody in the world is going to know that Cisco only paid me $2 million. And, there's AT&T, there's MCI, there is NTT, and 100 other telco companies and networking equipment companies around the world who will basically, whatever Cisco uses, they'll use. So even if I give it to him for free, and that's what Pete knew, that even if I give it to him for free, which ultimately that was my ultimate walk away. Since I can't buy you, I can't give you money, I've given, so basically, I would have not walked away from the deal. And I would have been able to convince my board also that, but, it's you have to basically be able to, prepare your response before you go into the meeting, right? Yeah, go ahead, Pat.
You thought that, you were creating at least $100 million in value.
Yes.
So do you think, if you had gone at 20 million, anything would have changed?
No, you do an ROI analysis whenever you go for these deals, and you put that ROI analysis document and actually present, and they'll all nod their heads, yes, it's worth 100. But they'll say, they'll have done the analysis of you and say that, look, if we give you this deal with our name, this is going to give you 100 other deals where you can make all your money. So I'm giving you the opportunity to do business with me. So they can, it's a negotiator is a buyer's negotiator and a seller's negotiator. Both need to know how to use their arguments properly. and have to be prepared with backup data and so on. Right? Yes.
I have a question for both of you.
Sure.
In all your negotiations, can you just give a just ballpark on how many of your people you're negotiating against came prepared or ill prepared? Because a lot of these theories I expect all companies to know, and in some sense all startups to know, because at least the theory is there. The deficiency may be the practice and the ability to execute, so on and so forth. Is it fair to say that in most of your negotiations they were also equally well prepared? What is your answer to that?
No, not most of them, because in many of this negotiation, they what we were asking is more valuable than what we were asked, what they would have given. Right? For example, here in Pete's case, I mean, at the end of the day, he's writing a $2 million check. He didn't know what else he was giving that meant more to him than actually to Pete, right? In many of these larger deals, when you are actually going in and asking something, they are, I mean, it's not big enough for them to be equally prepared as you. And you should always surprise what, you should always surprise them, right? Your ask cannot be, like, you cannot negotiate with Cisco, and I negotiate with some of the equally worst guys, mobile operators, and actually the worst guys are the music guys. But
Hollywood.
They're terrible. But they don't want to do the deal with you. They don't care, honestly. Right? That's the hardest part. At the end of the day, I mean, Cisco is great. I mean, that doesn't move their needle much, right? That's the hardest thing to do, and you want them to do it.
Yeah, I was at Cisco and I negotiated a lot of deals. I always felt that you want a partner to succeed. You are putting Cisco's strategy in the hands of the partner, right? Milking them beyond a certain point is actually detrimental to Cisco. And I would say, that's my other question. I am a negotiator always in good faith. I've never negotiated in my life not in good faith, because that's just the person I am.
No, it's not. That is the only way that negotiating should happen. It has to be win-win. You can't kill a vendor with the kind of pricing or terms that is going to kill them, because ultimately you're going to get hurt, right? So the whole goal of negotiating is not to go ahead and destroy the vendor, right?
Except the music guys.
No, I mean, if you think about it, he's absolutely right. I mean, ultimately, the most brilliant negotiation that happened in the media business was iTunes, right? That was the most brilliant negotiation, and the only guy who could pull it off was Steve Jobs. Nobody else had the charisma or the kind of just a great ability to drive, his vision through. Ultimately, most people tell me that iTunes basically ended up destroying the livelihood of thousands and thousands of people in the music business.
That's very true. They are, but the thing about the music world is, since they actually start with they don't want to really care about it, their ask of what they want from you, it will be like, you have no point. Like, how would I respond to it? I'll give you an example. I was doing a deal where we were basically saying, we don't want to pay any money. Worst case, we'll pay you like a few $1,000s. They wanted $2 million from me. So how do you respond to that? And that's the minimum. I said, I want minimally $2 million to get started this conversation. I said, how much are you willing to pay? I said, ideally, I'd like to pay zero. But I understand where you're coming from. So net is, I did the deal with zero. But it was hard. You play all kinds of tricks on them, and they're like really, really terrible people.
Why is that?
Because music, the labels I'm talking about, the labels is a dying industry, and they have something that is powerful, which is they actually have an exclusive agency relationship with artists. And if you think about it, logically would think, right? Any agency would try to find distribution, but since they're pretty basically killed and screwed all kinds of distributions ever in the music world, they just can't seem to come out of it. And since they cannot come out of it, there's no growth in that industry. So, and this thought of let's work with other people while we don't kill them and actually grow them, it seems foreign to them. So every deal that they see, they try to squeeze the most money they could possibly get, even that guy dies in like 6 months, right? So they make more money. That's the mentality in the music world. And it's very hard to break that.
Kind of a screwed up.
Question which
Sure.
is useful for all of us.
Okay.
Can you take us through your preparation phase for an important negotiation?
Okay.
What do you do as an individual? What
Very
do you do
good.
as an executive? And what do you do as a team?
Okay, so why don't we come to that immediately? Okay, so this is the slide we want to get to. So let me go to here. Okay, just to understand. So there are 5 phases to any negotiation, right? So the first one is, before the negotiations begin. So the hardest thing for a lot of people is, how do I get the other person to even know that we are negotiating, right? So how do you get somebody to the table? That itself is a process, right? So that's where, your marketing, your sales guy, all of that is the upfront work that has to be done before the sales guy says, to make this deal work, can you meet with my CEO or meet with my VP of sales, right? So then the negotiation. So there's a lot of upfront work that has to happen before even the negotiation starts, right? The sales guy has done a lot of pre-selling in the company. The marketing guy has done all the branding. The apps engineer has done his demos. Now people say that, okay, I think we are ready to figure out if we want to do business with you. So that's the first step. So there's a lot of preparation between Act 1 and Act 2. Act 2 is when you meet for the first time, right? And to a large extent, you want to do negotiations face-to-face. Negotiations, some people try to do them on the phone. They feel more comfortable. But in a sense, it's all about real-time information and human interaction that's going on that really gives you data that you will need to actually figure out how to come to the right answer. Because the very fact that you have to negotiate means that clearly your opening number was not their target number. It would be easy then, right? If your opening number is the target number, why do we need to meet? Right? Or if the way Intel negotiates, this is the price. Take it or leave it. And they're a monopoly. When you're negotiating with a monopoly, there's really no choice. You just have to take it and negotiate with the next vendor, right? So, but most of us are not going to be in a monopolistic situation. Most of us are going to be in a competitive situation. So most of us are going to have to, figure out how to woo the customer, get him to the negotiating table, and then position ourselves as the best people to negotiate with. So a lot of work between Act 1 and Act 2. So now the bargaining talks start, and we'll talk about, how the bargaining actually happens, right? So there is a process in the bargaining also. Then, you figure out that, your opening number, like what I said, put, in front of, and I do this for every deal. I'll get my project managers and my apps engineers and my sales guy to assess the benefit or the value of the solution we're providing to the customer, right? So first I'll present the ROI analysis, the benefits thing, why this is a good solution over the long run. So yeah, a 10, 15 slide presentation, and why, as time goes on, both of us are going to have a meshing of our roadmaps, their roadmap, my roadmap, so why we are going to be good long-term partners, etc. So all of that happens in the bargaining room, right? And then you find out that, with your numbers and your ROI analysis, you expect to, you expect him to sign up immediately because, you've justified that it's worth $100 million and you're only asking for 10. And he's saying that, all I can afford to give you is 2, because that's in my budget. That's what I've been authorized to give you. We've never spent more than $2 million for software license fee for a small company. N number of reasons, right? So he comes up with his number. So his opening was 2. I'm sitting at 10 or 100. And so then you have to figure out how to move towards an agreement. And then that's where you basically are giving concession, and you say, look, I can throw in this, or I can give you this, or I can do this. You go back and forth in some form or fashion as to getting there. And then act number 4 is where it comes to hard bargaining and leveraging power. So power is where, you tell the customer that, look, if we cannot transact the deal today, I'm going to another meeting to the next motherboard guy at 3 o'clock, and his demand, according to my sales guy, and the sales guy will actually open his book and look at the numbers. So he wants 20,000 chips, and all we have allocated for Taiwan is 25,000. So if I give him this 20,000, all you're going to get is 5,000 chips, so you can only make 5,000 motherboards. But you already ordered 10,000 PCBs. So my next 5,000 chips that you want, I'm going to have to place a PO with Toshiba, whose delivery times now are 12 weeks. So it's going to be 3 months from now that you'll be able to populate and ship out those 5,000 PCBs that you bought, which is going to be, cost and overhead for you, right? So trying to save 50 cents right now on the chipset is not a good idea because, there is a time pressure that I go to the next customer and all of a sudden there are no more chips for you, right? So basically you start your hard bargaining and power play, and he might be saying that he might be talking to your Chinese operations manager sitting, who knows that you actually have 200,000 chips that you're trying to ship out and get rid of. And he knows that you're dying to ship out this product because, if you can't find customers and Intel's going to come up with the next generation CPU, the next quarter, which is going to go from 20 megahertz to 25 megahertz, and all your 20 megahertz chipsets are going to be useless. You're going to have to throw them in the Pacific. And so you're trying to get really rid of 200,000 chips, but when you do your negotiating, you're really creating emergencies, shortages, time, relationship, all those. So this is the hard bargaining power part. Who's more powerful, right? Me or the other guy? You're going back and forth. And I've had my customers actually storming out of the room. The CEO of Acer and others was just, what? I never want to talk to this vendor again, talk to Opti again. And he walks out of the room. And basically, you got to know how to handle it. And somebody walks out, right? He walks out. The other company.
I wasn't the CEO.
Huh?
I wasn't the CEO basically.
But when he walks out and from whatever negotiating, which is a tactic that he uses, and I'll tell you about a tactic where basically, so basically when that walking out happens, you got to know how to be at the delivery end of walking out, but also the receiving end of the walking out, because it's going to happen to you. Like, every negotiation, both sides, as we know, ultimately know how to play the game. They're in it for the money, right? They're in it for business. So everybody knows the game. Some are less proficient than others, but you got to know the game, right? So, you got to know how to handle the walking out, etc. But that's the Act 4. And then Act 5 is where, okay, you've agreed on the deal and terms and delivery times and all that stuff. But there's a closing stage, because if you don't close the deal properly, where, the PO is delivered, you got your handshake done, all that stuff is done, you got his money that he's supposed to wiring in. You've given him the wiring instructions. You walk in with the whole package for closing, so that the transaction goes to closure. It has to go to closure, which means the business has to happen, right? So that's number 5. So 5 stages in any negotiation. Yes.
On your power play, you use a very traditional, it's very common example. Like I have another customer and I have to do it and for this number of steps. Can you cite another example of power play in your life?
Yeah. So for example, very good one was when we were at a very early stage of Selectica, and we were bidding on Sun's configuration business. Right? And Sun was a monster company. We had the best configurator, but the competition was Trilogy, who was 5 years ahead of us, who had all these reference accounts, IBM, GE, everybody else. And we had bid on that project. Trilogy had bid on the project, and we had gone in with $3 million license fee, which we thought was great, because we only raised about $1 million, and to get $3 million license fee was unbelievable amount of money for us, and we thought it was great. And finally, we lost the deal. We got a note from Sun saying that thank you for all the support, etc., during the evaluation phase, but we've decided to go with somebody else. And we find out that Trilogy, who got the deal, got $27 million from Sun for the deal. $27 million when we had bid $3 million and we had the better product. And obviously by that time we had champions at Sun, etc. So we called these people up and said, what happened? How can we lose the deal? So, Trilogy obviously made the presentation about how they were like a 300-person company. They were this, they were that. They had all these reference accounts, HP and all of them, and IBM and so on. And that, they said, yes, Selectica might have done the pilot, but, we know how complex these problems are. And Selectica has got a high probability of failing to be able to handle the kind of complexity that you really have. And only we know how to solve the complex problem. And the CIO was this Russian woman for Trilogy, not CIO, the CIO for Sun was this Russian woman, and the Trilogy CEO was this young upstart American kid called Joe Lemont, and you should read about him. He's an amazingly fantastic negotiator. He made all these statements about how only Trilogy can solve the problem, and and then he walked out of the room. And this CIO of Sun, this big fat, Russian lady, she was panic-stricken because, she did not really understand the technology, and she did not trust that her IT team had done the right job in terms of the pilot and the prototype and the testing and the evaluation of the capabilities of the companies. And she felt, the pressure she felt was that if somebody, a branded configuration company like Trilogy with all the references walks out, she is going to lose her job because Trilogy does not want to do business with Sun because of her. So what happened was that the next day she flew to Austin, which is Trilogy's headquarters. She probably fell on Joe Lehman's feet and said, where do I sign? Forked out $27 million. 3 years later, and we had told Sun that they were going to fail with Trilogy because Trilogy was the guy who did not have a scalable configurator. And they failed and started the whole evaluation process again for another configurator. But the point is that, you can walk with just pure bravado. And when you walk like that, obviously you should set the stage before walking, right? If he just walks because he's Shaukat Shamim, it means nothing. But he walks because, he's created this image for this, how this internet company can be #1 in the world based on his solution. And then he walks. Hiroshi or Hiroshi's grandfather is going to be out chasing him because based.
Inside of the art of walking. You express your not happy that
No,
so
he's giving a different walking. That's not what I do. You have to be in that phase because you cannot keep walking, then you're basically erratic, right? That's not what I do, by the way. So my thing is I will actually leave. I didn't say walk. I will leave without asking the final ask. So they will always wonder, why didn't they ask me that? Like, I will leave the table without asking the final ask.
But unless
And
you ask,
How do you see
how
it
would they
in
know
though?
what you want? That's a very
So what do you think they're gonna do if I want to ask? They will ask. They will ask. And more complex the deal is, you leave more times. Because when you ask, you want them to say yes. Until you're ready and you prime them, you don't. So don't negotiate with the giants like that. You can't win. Because they can easily say no, right? And you're done. They say, I don't
You're
want.
walking without even making sure that they are okay with your deal or not. So you
That's
just
right,
walk
because I didn't
without
ask for the
it.
deal. But I asked for the second. Like, there will always be a second meeting. I will go back to them and talk to them again.
No, he set the stage where they need him. He's created the need. But then by not asking, I think what he's achieving
I'm buying time.
psychologically is besides buying time, you create intrigue, you create confusion, you create
All kinds of
fear,
stuff.
you create all of this.
And it works.
When somebody,
I signed up to all 4 operators in every country I went in. And in the Verizon case, and we're a dingy little startup, smaller than his. The CMO of Verizon went and announced that at Madison and Vine, they're working with us. We didn't have a single deal with them. And everybody after that, they hated the CMO. They said, no way in hell this is happening. So it took me 4 years to crack Sprint. It took me 3 years to crack Verizon. It took me 2 years to crack Vodafone. But we cracked them all. And these are like giant. If Verizon says no, you're kind of done with 45% off. I mean, you just can't afford it now, right? So you better make sure everybody, this map of whose no matters. You better take your time on knowing that.
But my point is that to get those meetings for you also is very challenging, right?
Of course, it's challenging.
So that walking away without maybe delving very into detail is a loss from your end too, right? It might take them time to come back.
That's why I got those deals, because everybody who going to, and I'm with Len Lauer, who is the COO of Sprint. in his thing. And that was much later. Oh, I didn't work out of that one. When I finally went to Len Lauer, and Sprint, if you haven't dealt with it, is a highly political organization, really, really messed up. Everybody hates everybody else. I'm in a room with Len and his CTO and everybody else. And Len basically leaves after half an hour and looks at me and said, "We are going to do this deal." And he leaves. The guy sitting next to me, I didn't know who he was. Then after that, he introduces himself and he said, he's the CTO of Sprint, Oliver. So Oliver says, "Shaukat, I just want to give you a heads up. It's going to be very contentious, but we'll finally get there. Just be patient with me." And it did, because it's these kind of organizations. They are, although the CEO said we're going to do this deal, it's like a lot of people can throw in a wrench and say, "Yeah, but we'll do it in 10 years." So you don't want that. So you got to play that politics really, really well. And you got to know, even small guys, how they will play with you. And until you're there, just don't ask. And this is, again, only applies to your Cisco's and your Sprint and your Verizon, big companies, complex organizations. Small guys, you don't negotiate that way.
So I have a little different issue.
Yes, Ranjit.
I think the difficulty a startup would have is that these guys don't give me time of the day, much less a meeting.
They wouldn't.
So
They wouldn't.
start from there. How did I?
No,
get
basically, like,
near the end?
yeah, basically, like we're talking, we are talking at stage 3 and 4, guys. We are not talking of, we are not walking out of meetings before even the dance started. Before the dance started, we are crawling into the company. We are not walking away from the meeting.
So Raj may have a different thing. I will tell you, if you don't have a product that really that they should buy, it doesn't matter who you know, you're not going to have a deal. So complex deals, initially, even for the senior guys, I will always talk about what our vision is, the why part. Start with why. We read the book. You will only stay with that, and you better convince them why their future will be impacted by what you're trying to attach. And always act small, right? Because we are a startup. If you act like I have solved everything, you don't know nothing, you will be kicked out. And more you know that equation, more meetings you're gonna get.
I think Ranjit, I think you missed the selling class, right?
Yes. Come back.
Yeah, we covered all of that in the selling class because it's the hardest portion. But clearly, as a company gets momentum and you get your sales organization, you'll get to the table. Now we're talking of how to walk away with the deal and the real transaction, right? We are coming to that
Can
portion.
I ask one other
Yeah,
question?
please.
So far, you've been concentrating on money flowing to your company. Often, you're also negotiating where you're paying money.
Absolutely.
And like buying a car.
Absolutely.
Part of me says that if you do your research right, you can just say this is my price and be it. Is that a good approach? Because you have
Okay. The answer is you
you
have
waste so
to
much time.
you have to do your homework, but you do know that any car you buy that is close to 25% margin that the dealer has discretionary power over. It's discretionary whether he keeps the money in his pocket or it goes and keeps in your pocket. So there is discretionary portion of every transaction. And maybe you're so rich that you don't mind if that 25% always goes to the dealership or the car dealer. But the thing is that
perception of the value of what you're buying. You're saying, hey, if I get this car, for example, for let's say $19,000, I'm done. I have avoided all the hassle, and you save an enormous amount of time. You just make a call. This is my one. This is like the Intel approach, right? This is my deal.
take it or leave
Take
it.
it or leave it.
That's the American way to do it. And Americans are not very good negotiators. We know that, right? I mean, look, instead of negotiating, they bomb. it's the same thing. Remember, negotiation is something that applies to everything. It's not just money. It applies to war. It applies to life. To good things, bad things. Everything is negotiated. And America kept bombing Vietnam for, I think, about 10 years. They dropped more bombs on Vietnam than all of World War II. That's the statistically true statement. Right? And we know who won the war, right? And after dropping all those bombs for 10 years, refusing to negotiate, they finally got the sense beaten into their heads after a couple of things that the North Vietnamese executed, uh, and got them to the negotiating table in Paris or wherever, where they were there for 3 years, and finally, they managed to get out of the quagmire of Vietnam with honor. So they say. So the point is that the thing is that whether you like it or not, negotiations actually improve life. And people who want a quick way out are actually ultimately going to pay the price. Here you may have just lost $3,000, and maybe that's okay with you. But but the point is that will you do that for your house? Because if you get a bad habit, you're going to do it for your house where you might lose $300,000, or you might do it for something else, for your company, where you might lose $30 million. So the thing is that you cannot get into the bad habit of trying to not do negotiations the right way. That's the message I'm trying to give. That if you don't learn negotiations and learn to do it the right way, everybody who's your supporter is going to pay the price for your decision to not master negotiation.
Can I give an example? Because you could love this example. So I'm in Yahoo, and we just launched Messenger first time, and we realized it doesn't work inside offices because of SOX, firewall SOX support. And we just launched it. We needed it. We couldn't build it. So we found this company. They have this support for it. And it's a big deal because press went out. We are all sweating about it, but it worked. We tested it, it works. So me and Zod, who was my boss that time, we decided, we need to solve it. We have $10 million. So we're gonna buy this company. So call him up. $10 million is our budget. Go buy it. And if they say anything between 10 million, we're gonna buy it up right now. Right? So me and Zod goes in, and this guy wearing suits in this California weather is sweating. He's literally sweating. And he sits, and I said, he starts talking. He said, you guys are Yahoo, you're like very big, so we'll do a deal with you. And I'm like thinking, shit, he's gonna ask for a lot of money. And he said, yeah, we like your stuff. How much do you want? And he's literally sweating, and he's like really sweating. He said, we'll do a one-time deal with you guys for $6,000. I walked out right. And did that happen? $10 million. If you just knew what we would have paid, we would have paid him right on that spot. We did it for $6,000. So knowing what
I should have negotiated this as my walk away.
6,000.
6,000.
For my car.
6,000.
Even though I knew the walkaway price, I should have still negotiated.
You have to negotiate. If you don't negotiate after this class,
we would have. If we just asked a little bit, without him giving the number, we would have anywhere from 10 million. We would have done it.
Go ahead.
So,
Heck no.
I'm just coming back to the.
If he sees this tape, you're in trouble.
So coming back to the sun example.
Yes.
What the trilogy guy did was that he just put such fear, uncertainty, and doubt in the CIO's mind that she was just scared for her job.
She was scared.
Yeah, she was really insecure. And there was so much fear that he made sure that she just dismisses Selectica altogether. It's just dismissed. You're not even
Absolutely. Completely destroyed the competition.
Absolutely. How would you have handled it to make sure that this
doesn't happen to Selectica or to the CIO?
No, to Selectica, because this was such a
Because she got fired about 2 years later.
Yeah, but
because ultimately people started seeing her poor decision making. Ultimately, look, as a corporate manager, you can make all the deals out of fear and so on, but you won't survive because ultimately in an corporate environment, there is such a thing as good decisions and bad decisions. And you will pay a price for bad decisions over time. It'll catch up with you.
No,
but anyway, so you're talking about Selectica.
How could Selectica handle it?
No, I think, see, it all boils down to the sales process that we had talked about in the previous class. So first of all, when you go in with 3, when the customer knows that he already has a budget for around 15 or 20. He had a budget for 15 or 20. He never told me he's got a budget for 20, otherwise I would put 20 there. But, he said bid on it. And the biggest number I could think of was 3.
Just like 6,000.
Just like 6,000 was the biggest number this guy could think of the value for his software, right? So the thing is that, young companies do not really do the sales process, which requires you to figure out what, the transaction is really worth to the other side, right? And, and so we talked a lot of stuff about having champions on the other side, spies on the other side, competitive pricing, knowing the competitive landscape. I could have called up Gartner and said, what is the going ASP for this kind of software? And they would have told me that, HP paid, $35 million, IBM paid $55 million, some other company paid, Xerox paid $12 million. I would have got that information because it's there. None of this information in the business world is completely not there. It's all there if you know where to look and how to get the numbers and so on. So that's number one. So going in, see, we lost credibility the minute we walked into 3. He lost credibility. His partner lost credibility as a business person as when he asked only 6,000, right? Okay, right? Yeah, so there are many ways to get numbers, and I think we already talked about it, but essentially it's all about, you do an ROI analysis, benefits analysis, then you basically, through the grapevine, through competitors, through hiring competition salespeople, if not the salesperson, somebody else in the accounting department of that customer. These days between LinkedIn and social media and going to conferences, all that, if you're in a particular market, bio or biotech or whatever, you are connected. And when you're connected, you've got to have and know what is the right information that you need for, making your business judgments and decisions. Yeah.
So I have a question here, especially on this Act 4. Actually, you're a small startup and actually trying to get into the enterprise software. You're trying to sell it to a big company, but you happen to be negotiating with the purchasing department. You're not negotiating with the CEO of the company. However, the purchasing person doesn't know that you have a relationship with the chairman of the board. How do you handle that? Your advantage.
No, absolutely. So basically, in every transaction, for a small company, you're using relationships to break in, right? I'm sure Shaukat can give 10 different examples of how we used relationships to break into big companies. And like for every big company, that I broke into and broken into pretty much all the big companies, right? All across the globe. So you basically use relationships. Now, everybody on the other side of the negotiating team has a role to play, just like everybody on your side of the negotiating team has a role to play. So he's got a purchasing guy, you got an equivalent, sales guy or somebody that he's got to work with. He's got, marketing guy, you got your VP of marketing. He's got, so basically you map their negotiating team into your negotiating team. So when the purchasing guy, says that, look, we never pay more than $1 million for something like it, for any software. You got to be able to respond to that. That, look, this is a different kind of software. This is a strategic piece of software that basically, justifies a $10 million price tag, right? So basically, I don't know if you remember when Puneet was there, we talked about the fact that at the last minute, when the contract came in, it came in at $8 million license fee. When I had negotiated with Michael Dell at $10 million, right? If you remember that. And I needed to close that deal because we had to get a prospectus into the SEC the next morning at 8 o'clock. And I really wanted to have this deal in the prospectus because I knew that would increase my valuation dramatically. And so I had told Michael Dell and the whole Dell team that this contract needs to be in by 12 o'clock midnight. Otherwise, the deal is off the table. Similar to what Joe Lehman did. Right? I did that to Dell just a year and a half later after I saw what Joe Lehman did to this Tanya woman at Sun. I realized that, one of the things that I learned and figured out is that you got to be able to walk. So basically at 10 o'clock to 10 p.m., this finally the contract comes through the fax machine. And I started looking at it and it's got $8 million there. And, I basically immediately told, Puneet was the sales guy, he was making about $500,000 commission on that thing, and $8 million, you make $400,000. He's never seen a number over, $50,000 for commission. Now he's seeing $400,000 commission, and I'm telling him, no, we are not going to take the deal, and he's got to go back and call his sponsors inside there and tell them that, that deal we agreed on was $10 million. And so at 10 o'clock in the night, he and, the sales guy and Austin, call up their sponsors at their homes and see, you should have all the home numbers and mobile numbers and everything by that time. And so that you can call them and wake them up and get them out to go ahead and see that the deal goes right all the way through, right? That's the closing, right? We talked about. And finally, I think almost about 15 or 20 minutes before 12 p.m., 12 midnight, the fax comes in with $10 million, right? So with everything in place. So the thing is that I could have easily written off $2 million, but that's not the right thing to do, right? Okay, so
I have one
yeah.
funny story from my class that I wanted to share with you. And the takeaway for me was be ready for some surprises in negotiation. And sometimes the surprise comes from our ignorance. And this negotiation session, the role play, where I was part of, it hit me on the head. And I'll tell you the cut to the chase. It was about an egg, and there were 3 companies, right? Nobody thought anybody wanted the shell of the egg, but one company wanted the shell, another company wanted the white, and the third company wanted the yolk. So it was classic win-win-win, right? But the way the negotiation went, nobody in the world assumed anybody got the share. So we are doing bargaining left, right, and center, and frankly, no team really cracked the code, no pun intended. But I just want to learn the lesson saying sometimes there'll be certain things that they want, which is extremely valuable, we will probably completely ignore.
Yeah.
And this is a funny lesson.
Excellent. No, it happens all the time, and that's where kind of the astute or somebody who's alert on the team, who's asking questions, can suddenly, find you that answer. It's like a light bulb going on, and you think, why the hell didn't we think of this? Everybody on the both sides, it breaks the ice, and everybody says, oh, we should have thought of this. Then we would have, could have gone home for dinner. That kind of stuff. Yeah.
If you go back, instead of 5 phases, I'll tell you some Chanakya technique.
Okay.
You know Chanakya.
Yeah, sure.
And then if you have just 2 minutes,
Yeah.
I will give you one personal example which you know very well. Okay.
Why don't you come here and speak? Yeah. Just have a seat and yeah. Sit.
Well,
You can sit.
okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You have 5 phases of negotiation.
Yeah.
I'm not a historian. I'm not a scholar of Chanakya. I've never studied Chanakya Niti, but I remember since childhood, there are 4 principles of Chanakya negotiating.
Yeah.
Sam, Dam, Dand, Ved. And now I'll translate to my best ability, and if anybody wants to jump in, can jump in. Sam means some sort of negotiation, usually your first or second phase type thing. If that doesn't work out, it's a win-win situation. You talk, sit down, and negotiate. If that didn't work out, then give them the price, because remember, he was in 300 BC. He was a Gupta Empire emperor advisor. He was philosopher. He was economist. Therefore, he has done all these things. Therefore, now he says, if negotiation first 2 phases didn't work out, then you do down. Give them because you have to get. The point is, his point was, once you find a valuable thing, you have to have that. Then you give the price. You have heard all these stories from there, all these few days that we have been talking here. Sam, Dam, they give them the price. Done. If that doesn't happen, because he was the emperor advisor, go and attack them or use the power. Yeah, exactly. Use the power, fear, and all those things. And even that one didn't work out, then do Ved, like the way that you did with Dell and other things. Ved means, what do you call it? No. Ved is Gupta type, diplomatic, something like that. You know what is Ved? Ved means, what do you say? Yeah, it is like you do some secret way of accomplishing that. That's the way it is.
Yeah, one of the slides we are going to come to is called trickery.
Yeah,
one of the slides we are going to come to is called trickery.
That's exactly what the 4th phase is.
Not recommended, but you got to be aware of it, because it can happen to you.
But yeah.
Because the other side might be doing it, right?
No,
so you've got to be aware of trickery. Where
I thought the 3rd and 4th are
No. This is this Sam, Dam, Dand, Ved. This is the 4th one.
Then the 3rd is fear, and the 4th is the same.
Well, it is called in Sanskrit Sam, Dam, Dand, Ved. That's all. Okay. Anyway, now I want to tell you really a story, which most of the entrepreneur, it is related to VC and entrepreneur. And I was the entrepreneur, and VC I have negotiated with is the worst person I have ever negotiated in my life. I consider myself very good negotiator. And it was Jeff Drazen, in which Raj was my negotiator. Okay. Okay, let me tell you few things on that, which even Raj doesn't know. What trick I played, that is a way that I played there. Okay. Therefore, what happened is, you know, every time, I had, because you heard my first company was supposed to make millions of heads a month, right? And that I did not have capability. Therefore, I hired a CEO. When I inquired about the CEO before hiring him, everybody told me, first thing, whoever knew him in ReadWrite, he was the president of ReadWrite. They said, first thing, he will fire you. And I talked to him. I told him very openly, but anyway, then said, no, for 2 years I'll work with you, train you to be CEO, and I will retire. I said, fine. Therefore, I hired him. And we had then the VC he played several dirty tricks with me, which I don't want to get into. Anyway, then once they fired me, I said, okay, I had which if we talk, I don't want to take time today, but other day if it is, I had my preferred stock, which we can talk about. Okay. Therefore, I said, until you reduce my preferred stock, I have my board seat. And I will create problem if you don't reduce my, make me minority holder. Okay. Therefore, for that, he has to buy my shares because I did not have any job. I had 5-member family. I will be on the street. And this is the person who helped me to not negotiate. He helped me to pay off my price of the stock. He wrote down, that time we were not a friend. We hadn't walked. Now we have walked 15,000 miles. But that time we didn't. Therefore, he wrote down the check and I owned the stock.
Because it was going to expire. It was an option. So if you leave the company, you got to buy the option within a month.
30 days, yeah.
And it was a couple of $100K.
Yeah.
And he was still a working guy, right? So who would give him the $200K?
And he did. That's what made me millionaire.
But I knew that he was going to become a millionaire very soon. It wasn't big risk for me. So.
But it was. But he did. That is a
monthly they made him $2 million. He made.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Therefore, now every time I start negotiating with Jeff Drazen, every time we'll agree with some level, and then he'll come back to me and say, no, I checked with my other partners, they don't agree, you have to go to this level. And I went to this level. I again agreed. Again, he said, no, that won't be right. After a few days, he will come back and he'll drop even further. And then I talked to Raj, and Raj said, okay, I will be your negotiator. He started negotiating, he brought it up. Now, that up was not, once he agreed, then he also dropped with you.
Yeah.
Once he dropped, that time I said, this guy, I cannot, then I told Raj, okay, I'm not going to accept. Actually, Raj got very upset at me, if you remember, because he has been negotiating. He's telling me second time, accept it. I said, no, I'm not going to. And what I did is, which this part you don't know.
That's good.
Now Dand and Ved, both I used. Okay. Therefore, I took a contract on what you call a contingency basis with a lawyer that I'm going to file lawsuit. I had a contract with me. And then I go to another person who is in the board, but happens to be, I know him very well. And then, he is a good friend as an investor with the Drazen. I go and show him the contract. I said, tomorrow I am going to sign this agreement and I'm going to file a lawsuit. And as you can see, it is on contingency. It will be my headache, but I'm going to do it. But let me tell you one more thing. Attorney asked me how much money the company has. I told him how much money it has. And he said, well, that won't be enough. Because we had several million, maybe 20 million or 15 million, 10 million, something like that. He said, but we will also sue all the board members. They had several hundred million to billion, and we are going to collect money from them. I said, great. Then I go to my friend in his house and show that contract. I said, listen, you will be sued and we'll collect money from you. But one thing I can tell you as a friend, I'm going to return that money back to you. However, all these guys, I'm going to be very rich. I just want you to know. You can call it bluff, bait, whatever it is. That's what I used. And that guy calls Jeff Drazen and said, he saw the contract. I'm serious also. That's where I walked out and I said that now I'm going to have that lawsuit. And my family is upset, everything is a problem, and but I'm determined now I'm going to do it. But I wanted to take a last chance with my friend to talk to him, I said, I'm still willing to back off. But if you talk to Jeff Drazen and work out something. He did talk to Jeff Drazen. My price went up here. And that's where he agreed and he negotiated finally, which was much higher than his first deal that he was talking. That's which all of you, I don't hope that any of you have to go through, but this is reality. You'll go through. Therefore, that is one of the negotiations I wanted to share.
No, that's excellent. I mean, that is absolutely. No, this is real life. Okay, this is absolutely real life, and it happens, unfortunately. And I think Shyam in particular. The reason why he was in a reasonably strong negotiating position compared to other founders when they are being fired was because he actually spends a lot of time strategizing with his lawyer when he starts his company about how to handle the worst case situations when they happen. And that was really something that Shyam is going to talk about, the special things that he gets when he designs his next startup, a new startup. And it absolutely helped him in his next company too. And he'll talk about the unique thing that he gets into his deals. And sometimes your corporate lawyer is going to, refuse to do it.
Yeah, in my case also.
They will refuse to do it because the corporate lawyers have to work with VCs all the time, and the same VCs all the time. There's about 10 or 15 of them. So they cannot have all the entrepreneurs put in the nuclear option that Shyam has figured out, but he's going to explain it at the next class. And by the way, the next class is Thursday, okay?
Yes.
Thursday at 6:30 p.m. So anyway, so thanks. But you know, it's something that is a unique value add that entrepreneurs need to at least know about. You may or may not decide to use it, or even be successful in putting it into your company's founding document. But at least it's worth knowing.
But
Yeah.
one thing I want to make it clear that I became millionaire because of that.
No, that's okay. No, believe it or not, we all play a role in each other's lives, okay? And I hope I can play a similar role in everybody's life here. So
You'll write a $200,000
without writing any checks. Okay, so why don't we take a 5-minute break? It's about 9:15. Take a 5-minute break, but yeah, there's a lot more to cover. So let's not enjoy the chocolates. It's gonna keep you awake. No. It's nice. Chocolate.
Great story.
Huh?
So the new started.
I think I'm going to.
Thank you very much for responding. I know you're busy Saturday, but
I think, you know, because what happened is that we got committed to about 3 or 4 organizations about 5 or 10 years ago. When we were building up the people that we support.
Yeah.
I saw that in the online foundation. There were 3 or 4 organizations. So, you know, you say, okay, what can we do? We just have to reach out.
That's right.
You know, there's more than enough people. So on.
I know you've been talking about we need a break too, so
Yeah.
Go ahead, take some break and then we'll yeah.
Chai or
Well, that's. I know that. I don't want somebody
Good man. You've been doing all over the world now, huh?
So now it. Different, nobody, no Indian use. I did not. Last month,
landscape is changed. There are so many Indian VCs. You are trying to break.
You put your one.
Away from my name. I'll see somebody else. You have to have the business knowledge and the technical knowledge to play this game. Oh, I think. It's all about basically power and that's what all the countries are doing.
No, no, no. They are confident. They just I don't know. This competitor. We are very confident. Today I was just doing some research about this game on the website. It showed up there. Then I went there. I was shocked. Carbon copy. Exactly. They have Indian office, but it's a Missouri-based company. It's a white guy. It's a founder. Everything, content, design, everything. I wrote it there. And I even went to archive.org and I looked at the company that was sent me the design change. Our website exists much I actually called the guy and he was like, where are you calling from? How do I believe you? And he was just very arrogant. He said, send me an email, I'll look at it. Not yet. Right. I sent them an email, but they all lied. Don't fly that. Not fly, man. I mean, cease and desist letter. Cease and desist letter. But he's a competitor. It doesn't matter. So I am glad and I'm even going to get a letter from government. I have
many
a lot of energy into each. So basically, what you have to do
everything
is
I made a very good job there. You get to write out the copy of satisfactory. Our certificate, everything is like crazy. Of course, he has all this. Everything is within the copy. The way our website flows, the whole thing, just come change the color. Even custom logos, we created logos, icons, everything copied.
But you know, the person doesn't know.
Development company, the owner that
Sometimes the owner even
how to answer all the questions, no matter what. Very effective.
No, I would say I have enough history. And I have not will also
These people
That's what you were telling me.
But that is but how do I get in a way all the damages? That is what some of my friends No, I have a legal share in some platform. She said to me, that I have to put a lot of my brain
I've done the negotiation for a friend. That's why I was asking you about right? If I got the right I'm not in the okay. She got a percentage. I'm I have my own. Basically,
more than 1%
not looking at this one thing. I think this looking forward
First of all, I am not looking at images, and I just want for the non-profit the business. That's what made me very ये किसी वेबसाइट
Guys, I wanted to tell you one of okay.
No, just give me half. I don't want.
Please have fun with
It's not a big concept, but like construction.
Yeah, I did.
Leaving because the storm,
Hello?
storm is coming.
Oh, storm is coming? Okay, guys, we got a time. No, we got a time tactic happening here. The time tactic is there's a storm coming. You can hear the winds running? Okay. Let's try and get done by 10:15 today. Slides. Okay, somebody said like how do you plan for a, I think you did it, right? How do you plan for your negotiation? So that particular pyramid kind of tells it all. So there's two elements to planning. So you got to plan your strategy and you got to plan your negotiating tactics, right? So let's first focus on strategy. So the base of this particular pyramid is all the 9 building blocks of strategy. So there are 9 strategic things that you got to prepare before you go into a negotiation. So what are the 9 things? I've listed them here. Like who are the power sources and what are the limits that these power sources have inside for this particular negotiation. Second one is what is the product and market strategy that the company has that involves your particular product. Number 3 is, what is the win-win strategy that you can come up with for this thing? And we'll see that win-win is never just your product and the cost of your product. There are at least about 6 or 8 other elements that relate to what ultimately is going to cost the customer when he uses your product. So the product is never the price that the customer pays. If he buys, say, an Intel microprocessor, that's not the real cost. The real cost is the price he paid, plus the amount of training that he's got to get his people to do, whether it's going to be viable in the marketplace, the shipment cost of the product, the incoming costs. There are so many different costs that are always associated with any particular purchase that's happened, and all of those can be factored into the negotiation. So how do you come up with a win-win strategy? Next one is the short-term and long-term relationships that you want with the customer. So some people here have got internet customers. Can you have for those kinds of customers? It's hard to have a long-term strategy. You'd like to have them, and people like Facebook and others have successfully created long-term relationships with their customers. Dropbox, for example, by getting all their files on their platform, and Flickr and Instagram and all of these guys. So even in the internet business, there is long term, but in general, like, there's only so much long term that you can do on the internet because it's not a one-to-one kind of relationship. So the short-term and long-term relationship and how it will affect this particular negotiation. Setting reachable targets. So when you set a target, we talked about the 3 numbers: opening, target, walk, right? So who sets the target? Obviously, the negotiator wants the target number. But the target number is the number that is being bought into by all the people that are affected by that target number. The marketing people have certain market share goals. The sales guy has got a goal that it needs to sell about this amount of money, otherwise my commission gets affected. So if you negotiate that $19,000 car, and you're a badass guy, and you negotiate it down to dealer cost, right? What happened? Who took the hit? The sales guy, because the amount of money between the dealer cost and what the customer pays, more than half of it probably goes to the sales guy. Some portion goes to the store manager or the dealership manager and so on. But more than half of it goes there. So when you're negotiating the cost down, basically you're taking money out of his pocket, right? But he just wants to make his monthly mortgage payment, so he's happy to take $800 and be done with it. And so that might be his walk for your transaction. So the thing is that when you set a reachable target, you've got to set a target that will satisfy your own internal team first, and then something that that will allow you to get the deal at the end of the day. Selecting the right team and negotiators. So I'm going to put up a slide later on which talks about what are the personality characteristics of people on the negotiating team. What role do you want them to play? So there are times when the team has to shut up, right? We talked about the Japanese situation. If your sales guy starts blabbering numbers or giving options when when the other side, it was really a chance to extract information from the other side before you go ahead and make progress with the business discussion, then obviously your deal's falling apart. You're losing control of the situation. So having and training the team to work in the right way in the negotiation is very important. Motivation strategy, which is, how motivated is your company to transact the deal, and how motivated you think the other team is motivated to do the deal. For example, on the Cisco deal that we talked about, we put in 2 years, etc. And Cisco had also invested a lot of time working with us on the prototype and pilot and so on. So I, in a sense, knew that the motivation level was reasonably high. In fact, one of the things that I always keep looking for when a deal is going on, and these are long slightly 3 month, 6 month kind of deals, is the other side staying motivated to keep investing the effort needed to, build the solution and so on, right? And to discuss the business. So motivation strategy, information gathering strategy. So, yeah.
Motivation strategy could be very beneficial for us in the startup stage, because a lot of the time we find the other party may not have the same motivation as we are driven. So what are the ways of doing this motivation, or how do you motivate other parties?
Yeah, so we'll come to that slide about how to motivate your own company to support the deal, and how to motivate the other companies, key players, and especially the power sources to do the deal with you, right? You got to motivate both. And sometimes the motivation is personal. Basically, the buyer has to buy and get the product in the factory by a certain date. Otherwise, the marketing department will not be able to ship so many PCs out, and the company will not be able to hit a certain quarterly revenue number, right? Because old product is being phased out, your new product is being phased in, and if this purchasing guy or the buyer is just, preventing the deal from closing at the right time, then basically, you have a situation where, you're not putting pressure on the buyer to realize, that if he does not do the deal by tomorrow, it's like what we talked about, if he doesn't place the order at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, the customer at 3 o'clock is going to take all the product, right? And he's going to be out of chips for 12 weeks till Toshiba delivers the next batch of wafers, right? So basically, understanding, all these issues becomes very critical. So information gathering strategy then becomes, knowing. I think somebody said, how do you find out, whether 3 million is the right price or 27 million is the right price? So that requires a strategy. If you know that, these are the things that I need to get information on, I'm sure you'll be able to figure out how to get information on them. There is, you're resourceful enough. There are enough of ways by which information can be gathered. The problem is not putting in enough time to do the information gathering. So that's why it needs to be a strategy to get the information. So, for example, like, every time we had to do negotiations, the salesman would say, okay, we have a meeting at GE Medical on this particular date. You start working backwards for all these 9 points and say, okay, who's going to collect, what are the piece of information that we bring the team together? What are the piece of information we're going to need for this thing? What's going to be open? Who's going to set the opening price, this thing. Who's going to do the ROI analysis? Who's going to do the benefits analysis? Who's going to figure out which product lines this chip is going to go into or the configuration is going to solve? So all the 9 things that allow you to get everything you need to walk into that meeting is done in the 2 weeks or 4 weeks before by your team, right? So, and finally, last thing is decision-making strategy, which is how is the decision going to be made in the company is also important to understand. Is it just a buyer decision, the purchasing guy's decision, or is it going to be the purchasing guy and the engineering department decision, or is it purchasing, engineering, and CIO department, or CEO decision? Or, like as I said, in Taiwan, like, unless the guy who can't speak English but is the president of that motherboard company walks in, you don't have a business. No matter how much selling you did, how great your product was, because you did not understand the decision-making process, right? So same thing with Japan, etc.
If you look at SaaS model, how would you look at the criteria differently?
Okay, so in the SaaS model, there are 2 elements, I think. One is when you're trying to break in. When somebody decides to use Salesforce.com, they previously be an Oracle CRM customer or Salesforce automation customer or, somebody else's customer. And then Salesforce.com comes along and says, why do you do all of that? Put it in my system. It's cloud-based or it's sitting in my environment, but it's protected, secure, etc. And all your customers need is a mobile app or a laptop app or whatever, right? So Now that's a strategic decision. Deciding to switch from a license model, everything under in my office, to going SaaS, right? So that decision requires this level of negotiation. Extending a SaaS model to the next department that should also, move to the SaaS. Now that doesn't require this level of effort. This level of effort is not necessary. It's much more easier, and you can basically solve that problem in a tactical fashion. And we'll come to the next step. So the next slide is, first one was strategies, and the next is tactics that you need to plan also. And those are all the little boxes all the way to the top. And at the pinnacle is the last one, which is your closing strategy, right? So all of closing tactics, because essentially all of these are tactics that you got to know how to play them. You don't play all the 16 tactics every time. You might play 3 or 4 or 5 of these tactics, but you don't know what tactics they're going to be playing. So you've got to know how to use the tactics and how to face the tactic. You're either going to be on the receiving end of the tactic, or you're going to be on the delivery end of the tactic, right? So you've got to know how to, in chess, you've got to do both the moves, right? Sometimes defense, sometimes attack, and so on. So, okay, so basically, if you notice, there are all these things about, how you put a take it or leave it kind of a demand. You can have basically create a reverse auction. You can create a planning purpose trap. You can basically say, okay, I agree to these terms on pages 1, 2, 3, but then the lawyer sneaks it in on pages 4, 5, 6 in a different way with different terms, right? So like a cancellation clause or a returns privilege, you can give it on the first but it's there somewhere else that, under these circumstances, you cannot return the product. If you open the pizza box, you cannot return it back to Domino's. But how do you know the pizza is bad till you open the box, till you've tasted the first slice? I mean, it's this is reality, right? Till you taste the chocolate, you don't know whether it, but so that kind of stuff. But it's true. In India, they won't let you return clothes after using them.
After buying it, paying the
Okay.
Not even that. If they sign the share, even if you're in the store, you cannot touch it back.
You cannot. Actually, I've been through that experience. They cannot change your mind. Yeah, it's like can't tell that Surface Pro. Okay, you can't nibble in India. So in India, actually, buyers are experts at nibbling. I think I've seen lots of people. They buy a sari and then the blouse comes for free always, right? Huh? Yeah, they already know it's required, part of the deal. So anyway, but there are all these tactics, and they all have to be used. Okay, so setting the target number, right? Very important thing, knowing how to set the target number. The number one principle about setting the target is that the higher you set your target, the more likely you'll make more money, or you'll hit that number. People who aspire low succeed less in life. That's a fact, by the way. They have done enough research which shows that people who aspire less achieve less. So,
Outrageous.
huh?
The outrageous pricing. It works.
Yeah, outrageous pricing. Now, outrageous pricing, unfortunately, causes a lot of deadlocks. So the higher the target you set, the more the deadlocks, the more the situations where you have to walk and you have to basically disappoint somebody that, you've said, hey, we are going to be partners forever, we are going to work with together, and we're going to do this and this and this. But if you set your target very high, you're going to have to disappoint them, by causing a deadlock, right? So basically, there's always a pro and a con to anything, But the point is that, as a negotiator, it never makes sense to set low targets, right? So high targets is definitely number one. Okay, so to me, all about targets and opening everything, opening walk and all that. I insisted on my sales team thinking through the target setting at least 1 or 2 weeks before the meeting. I had, when I was a younger entrepreneur or early stage entrepreneur, when I just started the company, basically salespeople hate it. They hate to be stuck with these targets too early, because they know that marketing is going to get involved, and the CEO is going to get involved, and the CFO is going to get involved, and he's going to reduce the flexibility of the sales guy to wheel and deal. Sales guys love to wheel and deal. That is their mentality. They love to wheel and deal, and but we all know that when you wheel and deal, you're put through the cleaners by expert negotiators, right? So in order to reduce that flexibility, I basically set down rules within the company that if you haven't got these 3 numbers all bought off before you walk into a meeting, I'm not even going to come to the meeting. I'm not even going to let that meeting happen. So, I'm willing to let the deal go, but, I will not let you just, shoot a number out of, out in the wild, yeah.
What's the role of a customer expectation or customer knowledge in target setting? Or is it not needed, wanted, not wanted?
Absolutely. So the question was like customer. So see, a lot of parameters go in. The competition goes in. Availability of product goes in. Company profitability goes in. Quarterly numbers go in. Strategically, do I want to take care of this customer or this customer goes in? So many factors go in, and I want that to be a rational decision. I don't want that to be a random decision that is made by some sales guy in Taiwan or some sales guy in Austin or wherever, right? I want that number to be something that is intelligently, rationally, objectively analyzed, figured out by the best brains in the company and by a diverse set of people with diverse set of interests. So, I want to take enough time to get those numbers right. So basically, make sure that the team understands the real target, very important, and have a effective target setting and generate the debate. Because believe it or not, the company grows in maturity dramatically. Because once they've had 1, 2, 3, 4, they will automatically get into the culture of having a proper debate between different departments to set these numbers, which actually brings the company together. We don't have, sales guys saying that marketing just doesn't know what the going price is, or what the competition is selling it at or operations has got no control of the cost, or has, CFO is just setting too high gross margin numbers. That is not where the going things is in the marketplace, and this CFO is just setting impossible numbers for us to get from the customer. But that debate needs to be moderated. and needs to be done, and only if you're given enough time and planning for it will it be done, so that the company grows. Because ultimately, as we saw in that Sun Tzu book, you're not going to be there in every deal over time. And unless your team is as intelligent or you, or more intelligent at you, or astute than you in transacting business, the company is just going to slowly degrade in the quality of decisions that it makes and the quality of business astuteness, right? So this is a very healthy system. This particular debate in particular, I've found, to take the IQ level of the whole company up, because suddenly the sales guy starts understanding, what the real price is being quoted by this competitor, this competitor, this competitor. He starts understanding what is the real cost of making the software or delivering the service or whatever, right? He starts understanding, why the CFO is certain gross margin. It's because, the CFO sales guy thinks, so they did this very interesting study at a restaurant where they said, they took all the people in Taco Bell, for example. They took the busboy and the waiter and the cook and the person at the cash machine, register machine, and said, what do you think is the gross margin of the food we sell at Taco Bell? And they averaged out everybody's number, and they came up with 40%. So everybody thinks that, Taco Bell makes 40% on every taco they sell. And basically it is just the greedy management that takes all the profit when Taco Bell is so profitable. Because they just look at the cost of the shell and cost of the cheese and cost of the meat and everything else. And the CEO of Taco Bell and the CFO of Taco Bell showed that the gross margin at Taco Bell is only 5%. And that's why, basically the employees of Taco Bell previously were totally sloppy about wasting food, throwing away stuff, or over ordering, or not doing good incoming inspection, or whatever. And without realizing that for every taco that they throw away, if it's 40% gross margin, they just need to sell 2 more tacos to recover that. At 5% gross margin, they're going to sell 20 more tacos to recover 1 taco that they throw away, right? So once that level of understanding came within the Taco Bell employees, now they became cost conscious. They became more careful about, not throwing away stuff and not doing mismanagement of all the food. Who cares if there's so much profitability? So when you do this kind of target setting within a company and get the different departments to work on this issue, everybody learns about the other department's issue. The CFO has set a GM gross margin requirement of 60% for Intel microprocessors, because he knows that, he's got an R&D cost, he's got fab cost, he's got equipment cost, maintenance cost, which is all going to eat into his gross margin, right? So he needs that gross margin so that he can deliver a bottom line of, 8% or 12% or whatever it is. If gross margin goes to 45%, suddenly that 12% bottom line just basically disappears. So, the sales guy thinks, my God, we make it for $20 and we sell it for 60. This is huge amount of profit. Why can't we just sell it for 40 like AMD? And, basically it doesn't work, right? Because he doesn't understand the CFO's thinking. So anyway, so this generates all this team debate. And the important, this last point is actually important, which is that it's finally your word in a negotiation, and precise use of language that the other culture understands is going to determine the success of the negotiation. Right? So, being extremely clear and careful about communicating whatever you're communicating that is appropriate to that culture became very important. For example, like, when I was dealing with, the German companies, etc., for them, quality was absolutely sacred, right? So anything that affected quality was not to be tampered with. So I would say, like, what if 5 out of 10,000 chips fails? What's the big deal? And it was the deal it was a deal killer for them, right? So knowing the German requirement for quality, and the same thing for Japanese, right? In terms of quality.
German more.
German more. The Germans are so picky about quality. So basically, like with Germans, if I bring in a test engineer and he says our test coverage is only so much, and that gives us only a 5%, 0.005% fallout rate, the minute he says that, the deal is done, killed. Right? So what you say makes all the difference in terms of setting the expectations of and everything about the deal. Okay, so somebody asked a question of, what if you're on the buyer side, not on the seller side, right? So if you're on the buyer side, the key thing that I've seen with a lot of buyers and purchasing agents is that they shoot from the hip, right? Which is a positive when you're a seller. But on the other hand, they are very experienced because they've done so many deals every day. When you're just selling one product, they're buying 50 products a day. So they are experts at transacting. They have a lot of raw data typically at their fingertips. So in general, buyers are not, and purchasing agents are not very good, I've found, at the specifics of your deal. But they've got a lot of knowledge of buying in general, right? So in that sense, like, with buyers, if you turn out to be in a buying situation, there's a number of things that you can do to catch the seller and get an advantage. And one is, if most buyers are lazy, then the seller takes it for granted that you're also lazy, but you're not lazy. Now you surprise them, right? As you said, surprise them. So you surprise them by essentially getting competitive bids, getting information from the competition, getting additional, stuff. Then going ahead and seeing, okay, another thing that happens is that buyers get compromised. Happens all the time. Because, for the sales guy, buyer, what salary does he make? Typically, he's the worst paid in the organization. The engineers make $65,000, fresh engineer. A buyer will make $18,000. But the buyer is buying millions of dollars of product. But they're treating him like a clerk. They're assuming that he's got no power, right? He's just an order taker. So that's why they're paying him $18,000. And so for that person who's a buyer at $18,000, a salesman who typically makes about $250,000, but has to get the buyer to release a PO for $1 million. Guess how easy it is to compromise the buyer. Would a couple of cowboy tickets not compromise the guy?
Not cowboy. 49%.
They're harder to get.
More difficult.
But, I think like, essentially for a buyer, sometimes just Starbucks coffee, donuts, just walking. I've seen salespeople always walk in with a big box of donuts, Krispy Kreme donuts, and
That's how
Starbucks
it
coffee.
works in sales, ad sales, by the way.
Ad
Ad
sales.
sales leaders, they make like $30,000, and they expect you to
Bring in the donuts.
build them donuts.
Okay. No, but the point is that, it works. That's the crazy thing, that all of these, knowing that, so basically, if you're running the purchasing department, your job is to prevent those buddy-buddy relationships between the salespeople and the buyer. Because the salesperson can easily make the buyer, feel indebted and not so that doesn't pay attention to all the fine print and so on, right? And the terms.
Good wine.
And one question.
Or
Most
beer.
expensive wine.
Beer.
Beer doesn't work.
Anyway,
Okay.
you can't give more than $50 in the country.
That's for yeah.
Question I have is legal.
In kind, you can give any amount.
Have there been situations where ego has come in the way of good negotiation for either of you or the people you know?
Your ego, the other guy's ego.
Huh? Both. Ego is, the question is, whether ego comes in the way, and I think it's probably the number one thing that comes in the
That's
way.
right.
It's the
Everybody
number
has an
one
ego,
thing.
right?
Everybody has an ego. And especially when they know that, for example, the crazy thing was, I was, at Opti, we were, engineers or, employees, and then suddenly we started Opti, and within 3 years, we were all multimillionaires, right? Me and my 3 founders. And finally, like, I'm selling product to the buyer of these motherboard companies who make not even $30,000. They make 30,000 Hong Kong dollars, which is 1/8 of that. Right? I'm selling millions of dollars of chips. And they know that when I sell $1 million of chips and they release that PO, I'm personally pocketing about $250,000. It's one of the 4 co-founders of Opti. So one of those buyers, I took them out for, Chinese dinner or lunch or whatever. And we were just walking on this Hong Kong street back to the company after dinner. And he said, hey, I just heard that the buyer told me, that all of you 4 founders of Opti each made $1 million bonus check last year. We made 5 times that, actually. But, the grapevine basically said that, these guys are making $1 million a year. And it just blew the mind of this buyer, because he's never seen anybody make that kind of money, right? And so, and yet we were buddy enjoying, Chinese lunch together and things like that. So the thing is that ego absolutely plays. So, I cannot let him give the order to the competition because he thinks I made too much money. He's got to realize that I like him because who he is, or I like her because who she is. Most of these buyers in Taiwan and Hong Kong are female, so like her because she's a good person, right? And sometimes like we even do things like if you're a great buyer, one day I'll need a sales people in Hong Kong who'll sell to the other buyers, and there may be an opportunity for you to become a salesperson at my company, at Opti Hong Kong, or Selectica Hong Kong, or Dino Hong Kong, right? So that's so.
Did you lose any deal because of your ego?
Also, her expectation may be quite different than what you're thinking.
What expectation talk about?
When she said $1 million that you are making every quarter, she wasn't thinking of the million that you are making. She's thinking, what is she making?
I really don't know. I still haven't figured out, because it's that conversation stuck in my head, right? It's like 20 years back. I can still see the scene, right? Walking on this busy Hong Kong street from this small, seedy restaurant that we went to on the side corner. And, I'm just thinking like, she's making about, probably $7,000-8,000 in US dollars a year. And she's saying that, I've heard that you make $1 million a year. And, I was just thinking, what must have been really going on in her head to make a statement like that?
I'll give you a related event that happened with me. As an advisor, I was being paid by United Nations for a consulting job that I did. So I go to collect the money in New Delhi.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, you get so many per day. And you know what was going on in his head. I knew exactly what was going on in his head. What did I get out of that? That's what his question is.
No, by the way, somebody asked me about doing business in India. The number one thing is, if the money passes through my hand to you, a little bit has to stay on my hand. All cannot move to your hand. Some dust has to stay here. But no. Actually, that's in Chinese culture. That is a no-no. Bribing is a total no-no. It's
You have to have people who does that for you.
Huh?
You just cannot do it yourself.
Yeah, bribing is no. Actually, the thing that they will accept is all kinds of trips and things like that. So, for example, like, when the boss comes over to US, we will take him to, Carmel, or we'll take him to San Francisco, we'll take him to Las Vegas, or whatever it is, and host him, right? So that is okay. Hosting is okay. But what is not okay is cash under the table. Because, it's an entire cash business. The Far East runs on cash, not on credit card, not on wiring money, it's cash, real money. And dollar does very well there. So it's a cash business, and they cannot afford anybody taking bribes and taking a cut in the middle. And, it is, they are so diligent. Their accounting people are so careful that not a single penny, misses their eyesight. This is the mindset. Not true in India, but,
But you can give gifts.
yeah, gifts. We would always walk in with luxurious gifts, nice gifts from, foreign countries and so on. So gifts gifts are very, very good in that culture. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, this is a guy who is not your, as a young startup, you're an engineer, you have an MBA, and you started this company and you started making millions. Then now you're trading with one of your classmates who is not as smart, or maybe smarter than you, or not, whatever.
Yeah.
He's a classmate and he's a decision maker. Now he knows where you actually make. You make 1 million, maybe he's making 100K or 150K. So how did you guys bring you into the situation? How you don't hurt his ego, but still get your business done?
Well, the thing is that, basically I've learned that, money should not come between in personal relationship. Yeah, and friendship. And so money has nothing to do with the real worth of a human being. And if you treat everybody like that, no matter whether you're making million or not million, you still have to live, eat, and talk and spend the time and so on. So the thing is that, whether you're doing business with a friend, or, because believe it or not, all my customers became my friends. All my customers, buyers, sellers, marketing people, I ended up with a Rolodex of about 15,000 people over the last so many years. So, you just become friends with all the people, and that's how you do business, and that's how you transact. And ultimately, you want that because ultimately you don't want to go through this complex negotiation every time. There should be so much trust built up that you whip through ta 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 ta. Ta. Most of the tactics and most of the strategies just are taken care of very, very quickly, right? And then there's only a few tactics and strategies that you have to use sometimes, where you must get the PO today, and you have to create that sense of urgency, and that might be the only tactic that you're going to use from that pyramid. How to get the PO today? That might be the only tactic that you have to solve. Not about the marketing strategy, not about who's the decision maker, all of that already. All you care about is, what do I have to do? What urgency do I have to create so I get the PO today? Because if I don't get the PO today, I can't ship the product. If I can't ship the product, lots of bad consequences happen. So you got 3 more minutes. Okay. This slide is about how sellers defend the price, because, as I said, everybody needs to be able to talk about why their price is totally justifiable, logical, defensible, all that stuff. For when you're doing negotiating, basically money, goods, services. What we think everybody is.
Go back to how to defend the price. What are the key points of the previous?
Basically, the key thing about price is that, number one, people are always, that there's profit at that price, right? Good profit. And the buyer also knows that, you got good profit at that price. The motherboard guy, for example, for Opti, he would be making $5 or $10 per motherboard. I'm selling chips, I'm making $30 profit. So, he knows that he's going to put all the work of assembling the board and shipping and collecting all that, he's going to make $5. And I'm going to ship him the chip and I'm going to make $30. So he knows that. So, you can't just say that, you have to be able to defend why that $30 is a justifiable profit for you. So obviously, and these days, everybody knows the cost of a wafer. Everybody knows the cost of packaging. Everybody knows the cost of shipping. But buyers obviously know all of that by now. So they know what kind of profit you make when you sell them everybody knows that what margin Intel has got on that chip. It's in the public documents, right? So yet it has to be defended with logic. So, you have to train your sales force. You have to train. Yeah. Hello? I think at 10:30 everything. Hello? Yeah, I think everything shuts down. Anyway, the point is that, it's important that your marketing department prepares all the material so that your salespeople have the supporting argument at the tip of the tongue. That, yes, we make that profit or something like that. But, it's required for this research. Our fab requires this much. The equipment from Teradyne for the next generation technology requires so much. All of that defense has to be at the tip of your tongue. If the guy says, we need that profit for hitting our quarterly number, the purchasing guy is going to say, I have to hit a quarterly number too. So you got to be careful about how you use the logic to defend your thing, right? So anyway.
That violates the principle of selling based on value.
Yeah.
Because they have no business knowing cost from us. They can do their own research.
No, look, ultimately, as you see, one of the things, as a negotiator, you have the right to ask any question you want. You have the right to ask any question. You got the right to, get educated about anything that you want. You can just ask the guy, what's your gross margin on this? And he can say, I don't know, but that's not an acceptable answer in my opinion. I think it's better that, you build a relationship where he is happy to give you the money because he believes that, by working with you as a vendor, you are going to be it's good for his business. Anyway, the motivators, this is important because, it's never just the product when you're selling a product. It is all the other things as to why people want to do business with you. They want to make their lives easier. They want peace of mind. They want to be listened to. They want recognition. They want to be liked. They want to have a long-term, reliable, and satisfying relation. There's a lot of reasons why it's not computers negotiating with you. They'll just negotiate on goods, products, services. It's going to be all the other stuff because it's human beings negotiating with you, right? Then this is really how you build power, right? So power is something that you build as the negotiation goes on. Like each step, through power, you basically set it up so that you won't go below a certain amount, right? So he created power for himself. How?
By bringing in the contract.
Yeah, by bringing in the contract, which showed that he used a contingency lawyer. So even though people know that he doesn't have the money, he's still going to hit them with a lawsuit. And by going after all their personal wealth for being not doing the fiduciary duty personally, he's nailing them. And he knows that the board insurance is not going to cover it all. It's going to be personal liability. So he nailed them. And rich people hate to have a lawsuit that attacks their personal assets, right? So nobody wants to be dragged because they know that they're dragged into court. The decision makers are going to be blue-collar workers who have $30,000 a year income, and they are making a decision on somebody who's got $30 million in the bank. Exactly. No, that is the biggest fear factor that rich people have, that rich board members have. In fact, one of the reasons, at some point I'll tell the story maybe next week, but the reason that, I had to move out of Dino quickly at the end was because my VC, who was a board member, said, the net worth of Dino is less than yours. So all the customers are going to go after your assets, not the company's assets as CEO, because you signed all the contracts. And, when we shut the company down, if the customers are losing, $500,000 here, $250,000 here, etc., because we had about 30 customers, Dino's got zero money. But you're the one who signed the contract, and your net worth will easily take care of their losses.
Raj, doesn't the limited liability of a corporation protect?
Unfortunately, what happens is that the liability, they can always, as he did, lawyers can always figure out a way. Lawyers can figure out a way to show personal culpability in any decision. That, you were doing this not just in the interest of the company, but also for personal interest. So,
It sucks when it gets to that point.
Yeah, so when you're fighting, especially when the insiders are fighting with each other, he was a board member fighting with other board members. So he's got a lot of dirty stuff that he has collected. So one of the messages actually, as you'll see next week, is that from day one, you got to have your private file on every issue, whether that has happened in the company, as a defense, never as an offense. But sometimes it has to be pulled out, and you never want to use it. Not good to use it, But, you know, as you saw in his case, he would not be a charter member of Thai if he had not been able to, you know, pull the nuclear option. Yeah. Okay. Building bargaining power, selecting the right negotiating team. I think we had lots of good discussions on that. Winning team, time pressure tactics, and using authority as a tactic. I think we covered both of those issues. We talked about the negotiator's rights. Basically, a buyer or a seller, whoever's negotiating, they have the right to say, hey, I don't understand that particular point. You know, and they can say that, you know, you have a right to be wrong. You know, you have a right to be indecisive. You have a right to, all of these are your right. That's the beauty of being a negotiator. You can say, educate me. And the seller has to educate you about the business of buying semiconductors or about configurators or whatever it is, right? And you know, you got to use these rights. You got to use them as necessary. This is how you kind of, you know, drive a negotiation so that, you know, it keeps progressing all the way to, and then knowing how to get tough. You have to get tough at a certain point in the game. Because if you don't get tough, as he said, Jeff Drazen kept dropping the price. Every time he agrees, he'll drop the price. It happens all the time with unethical customers who believe in short-term gain only. So there are enough unethical customers in my book. I think customers or partners who negotiate with you with only a short-term focus are the ones who are going to be not keep their word, right? And you know, Jeff Drazen was basically not keeping his word to anybody. Yeah, and the Chinese, you know, sometimes feel like that. Though the Chinese actually, if you understand them, which was on the very first slide, it's more like, you know, hey, we are partners together for life. So if I'm in trouble, you help me out. And when you're in trouble, I'll help you out. No matter what our contract said. You know, that's how they want. Unfortunately, when you're running a public company, you can't give price cuts randomly. You know, there are so many laws that prevent you from, you know, just giving somebody a 22% discount because, you know, he's in slight financial trouble right now. You can't do that when you're running a public company. So you do run into a lot of sticky situations, but you got to be. Anyway, so at some point you have to get tough. You know, for collections, you got to get tough. For, you know, getting the PO, you got to be tough. You got to set those deadlines, etc., in order to just make your business move along. Okay, and the last, second last slide is like dirty tricks. So, you know, the classic one that, you know, investment bankers use all the time is, you know, creating competitor for no reason. You know, here Cisco is happily negotiating and all that stuff, and the same Morgan Stanley, who's supposed to be your banker, you know, gets Juniper excited about also buying the same company. They do that all the time, and it's a standard technique, and it works like a charm. Unfortunately, you can't. You got to be prepared to let Juniper buy it. Yeah.
In the end, is the competitor just created for sake of it? There is a genuine competitor, or
It sometimes becomes a genuine competitor, but most times everybody gets so scared of this competitor who's again starting to show interest that you just pay whatever the asking price is and just, yeah, it basically creates a time pressure and so on.
would they create fake competitors? And
It happened the very first house that I bought, for example. You know, I'm an engineer, so I never want to make decisions, right? So at that time, so I was in Florida, just, you know, and we were looking at a house, and in Florida, and you know, I was not making a decision about buying the house. You know, going and checking it out, going and checking it out, going and checking it out. And then suddenly I get this call that, this Canadian couple has just flown in from Vancouver. They love this place, and we're going to receive an offer at 2 o'clock. And if you want this house, you got to sign the agreement right now. I called up Kalpana immediately. Let's buy the house. I went, picked her up, took her to the house. We signed the contract. There was no goddamn Canadian buyer. There was no Canadian buyer. The phantom buyer. The phantom buyer. So it happened to me. Huh?
Big companies, it's rare, I would say. It does happen. Yeah.
But in personal selling, it happens all. When you're trying to buy a car, it happens, right? If you're trying to buy anything on, it happens.
Can a banker get sued for creating a fake company?
There's nothing illegal about it. It's ethical.
By having options, you find price. Otherwise, how do you discover price? Unless you have 2 buyers or 3 buyers.
Yeah.
But a good banker wouldn't completely fake it up. He won't be in business for long.
Yeah. Anyway, so there are a lot of these are all borderline and dirty tricks. You should be aware of it because it can happen to you, as it happened to me very early in life. I think if you're dealing with as many deals as if once you start becoming successful, you'll be dealing with a lot of deals all the time, and you need to be totally aware of all the dirty tricks that people can play on you, right? Deadlocks, how to break deadlocks, really important to know how to do all of that stuff. And then I think this is probably the most important slide, which is after you reached agreement, the deal is still not done. The deal is only done if you document it, you get their signature on it, you get their entire decision-making chain to understand it, that it's done, and this is it, and this is. Then you get the teams moving to go ahead and start executing it, all of that stuff, and then you finally collect the money. And even then it's not done because you want a long-term relationship on the next one. So basically, these are the kind of closing strategies that we'll be aware of. Anyway, so all of this has been compressed by Dr. Karras in these 5 slides. And it's just worth reading those 4 or 5 slides because it tells you step by step, how it'll flow and what you should be doing. Okay, so the key is it's 10:45. You guys should definitely do the 3 negotiations in the next week. Really, I personally think if any of this stuff is going to your 4 hours that you spent here is going to be of value is if you do those 3 things. Okay. Thank you much.
Thank you.